9 o'clock, please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Always forget I got my sunglasses on my head. Sorry about that. First, order of business as usual, approve minutes from Monday, July 1st, as written.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Thompson's moved and Ferry seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. On the miscellaneous motions, moved to appoint Stephen Curry as board member for ECAN effective immediately. I so move.
I'll second.
Meets seconded. Discussion being that I haven't been able to attend haven't attended for quite a while and won't be able to attend for a while yet, so Steve's offered to take my place. Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome.
Good. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. I guess that's it for miscellaneous questions.
We'll go to 10:30.
So, River City, Mr. Cole.
Thanks, sir.
Not much change this week again, setting block, and
Looks like a lot of change out there, though.
there was a little change, but as far as the information
I know,
I'm given is
I know. I was changing.
Let's change it what other we
Right.
sounds redundant, I'm sure, but, again, setting block, they're working on these two walls coming on that corridor. They're grouting this morning, then they're gonna back up and hit the north wall on that south corridor. And, they're gonna break off and start on the two tall walls that'll be on the either side of the activity room that divide the pods. So that'd be the two biggest changes this week. They are gonna set some stairwells, or set the stair stringers and the landings. Obviously those will be a little hidden, but, you'll probably see them coming in. I believe they're gonna do a lot of layout today and then start those tomorrow or Wednesday. And then hopefully we can get the concrete guys here for them before they get filled up. Dirt, have to clean them out, and hopefully that's about it. Out big picture things, chasing with the plumbing and the electrical rough end. There's quite a bit in that south wall there. I think on one level they had 12 pipe sleeves fit in that block wall on one course, so they were hot and heavy on that last week. But not a lot of change as far as to the eye. Hopefully there's enough. I mean, the steel going up, everything was good change, but
Looks like the only thing might slow you down now be the heat.
hopefully not.
Well, I mean,
It takes quite a bit, but them guys do pretty good. The Masons, it didn't affect them a lot. We had a few warm days. Ryan's got a few popsicles he hands out when it gets real warm. Keeps the morale up a little bit. Seems to help. They like that, but yeah, some of the popsicles and some of the electrolyte ones can help out. Find a shade spot and keep your water bottle trash picked up. That's what we push.
Yeah.
Obviously, don't overdo it. It's not worth that.
It's gonna be a good week for you guys. You know, we're still in agriculture county, we need rain right now.
It looked like you all got a little bit. I think there's a few wet spots out there.
There are.
It's really spotted. Southern coffee's pretty dry.
We have, conflict of interest there at home as well when trying to get work done, but need the rain. It's hard.
Yeah.
Kinda, not very good. You want the rain, but you don't.
It's a good thing we can't choose, or us and our neighbors could never agree. I wanna wait one more day to get this job.
We got things really screwed up, right?
I'm just a little glad you didn't get it. We got at home, I think we had 2 rains in 2 days that were 4 inches or better. And it don't do much good when it comes like that.
No,
Right.
Just makes things muddy on top of the ground. We should have a pay app, I believe it's in Goldberg's court. They'll probably hopefully get approval after our owner meeting tomorrow, and then you all should see it, probably for next week's approval. I believe it's around the 700,000 or 800,000 mark, if I remember right. It's a little less than the last one. But I believe it was around 700,000 or 800,000.
okay.
Starting to get a little more stored material and
Yeah.
mainly block and steel. A little concrete carrying on that one, but, that's about it.
Thanks, sir.
But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Next is the radio tower committee for we'll have a schedule. A few vouchers here. This one, wait. By the time we get started, somebody's gonna walk in.
Well, I've got a roundtable discussion item that
Huh?
we could knock off if we get in the middle of it,
Huh?
but, we've got a man, Gridley, that bought the old high school and is, working on the potential of, like a 14 duplex, addition there on the grounds behind the high school. And, the question was brought up, what's the county's typical participation towards any infrastructure? And I said I did not know, but that I would try to get some general information,
Infrastructure as far as,
like sewer, streets, or, that's the impression I was under.
Don't think it was on the building itself.
Well, it would be for some new buildings there, for some duplexes that they're wanting to build. And I didn't know, so I have no idea, but, you know, it's not very well-informed question here, I just didn't know.
Wouldn't that have to do with
city.
city?
Okay,
No, I'm just,
I mean, that'd be the place to start.
I think that's the place to start.
right. And I think he's planning to be at the city council next month.
But it's not to say, as far as me as a commissioner of the county, I'm always, you know, for growth or benefit of the city or the county, either one, I'm always for trying to help out. I mean, so I guess for me, I'd have to see, like, okay, where is this located, you know, is it half a mile from the sewer, that's why he needs help, or is it, you know?
Well, you know, I wouldn't think it'd be very far from the sewer, because it's right behind the high school there.
Well, that's what I was wondering, I don't know, that's what I was curious about, the infrastructure part, I mean,
Right.
if it's only a
right.
couple hundred feet or something, then
Yep,
I'm not understanding, I guess.
well,
I was expecting to hear some assistance to get rid of the existing school.
no, he's remodeling that into
Oh, really?
apartments.
Really?
Yeah,
Good.
all of this is kind of contingent on grants, is the way
Oh,
I
I see.
understand. But he's working hard, that's, you know, on getting those secured and something like the project's dependent on that too. But,
So he's gonna put apartments, I mean, to your understanding?
that's what his intention is, yes.
Good.
So, just, I wasn't aware of what had been done in the past, or, you know, what, any kind of an expectation, I get, you know, that he might have, what the thoughts were, because I'm not aware of that.
I'm not too sure we've done too much when it's tied into the city.
No,
And maybe hardly anything,
Okay,
Wade, but I shouldn't answer that question either.
okay.
none that I can recall.
Yeah, I don't
know
recall.
about you, Angie. Can you recall?
Well, you give, I'm just saying what you guys do, you give infrastructure money and park and rec money, and usually that's,
That's what
they
that's
use
used for.
that,
It's what the city uses.
Right.
right?
Given to the city,
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
is this an individual?
yes.
Yeah, and so you wouldn't typically give any to individuals.
Right. No, we haven't, that's what I'm saying, I remember assisting them in that aspect.
Well, that's what I was curious about, is basically what the history had been. I know it would be solely on the situation too, but
And then
just
if-
curious what the history had been on that.
And then if the city uses the infrastructure money and they need some help on that side of it, is that where,
Correct.
that's where the county would come in possibly? I mean,
Yes.
I think that's where we kicked in a little bit on stuff like
on
that.
stuff
We
like
have,
that.
yes. You can have to word it that way, but yeah, it's always been my thought that, you know, that any city, no matter who it was, had a worthwhile project and was gonna use their infrastructure money to basically complete it, then the county would assist in a
I think we did something
viable
like that
project, so to speak.
That seems
Strong
more
one,
than fair.
didn't we?
Yeah, we extended sewer on the industrial side in New Strong one
Right.
time.
And you needed extra money from the county,
Yeah.
so that.
But that was ran through the city itself.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, so it would be something above and beyond their
We could
infrastructure
assist the
money.
city if it's, you know, a reasonable request, that, you know, they're gonna do things with funds or they're whatever, so.
Okay, well, that just gives them some idea. That's
Yeah.
all we're looking
Yeah.
for, was general
Right.
answer, you know, not a commitment.
Right.
It probably wouldn't take a lot of sewer as long as the current line is big enough to carry 14.
Right.
So,
Well, that kind of goes downhill there, so I'm not a lot, but I'm not sure where they would have to tie in. I mean, once you get east of the school, then the above ground anyhow slopes the other way, so I don't know where that would have to be tied in, you know. Just food for thought.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
where
very good.
engineering's gotta turn in from a
Water.
certain size line to a larger line because of the amount of volume or something,
Right.
you know, so.
Right.
I'm assuming there's something like that,
Sure.
but now that Mark brought that up, yeah, that's exactly what we did for
Okay.
New Strong. They came in and said, we're gonna do this project and using our infrastructure money, but not enough there, so we pitched in, so. We along the
Okay.
same lines.
Okay, all right, well, I believe that answers the question. Thank you.
Are you guys?
Super, how are you guys?
We are ready whenever you want.
Okay, let's get going.
those clips are pretty tight, Amber. I use them all the time.
I know, they're good.
They're better than the clip.
Yes, they are.
You guys had asked for the additional costs, and we
Thank you.
delivered.
Got the answer,
We got the answers. May not be what you wanted, but we got the answers.
It's lower than what I was expecting. it to be.
Hey, good.
Yeah, certainly.
I got him.
Oh, you did?
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, questions on these costs?
On the, on the land acquisition,
Mhm.
is that for all three towers?
Yes.
So it'd be, okay,
Yep. It is.
and have you got the land acquired, Amber?
No. Not acquired yet.
And you're involved on the acquisition part?
Yes, yes. And I don't know, I've never had to purchase land for the county, so, I'm relying on Wade to come in and
Sure.
guide us on the procedural process of that. because I've never done that, so, I figured I would lean on him and maybe on Bobby a little bit to, help get the
Sure.
lingo down. But we've talked to all the landowners, we talked to the Gridley landowner, Thursday, and they were very willing.
So it's 99.9%.
Yes, yeah, I think that he had to check with, some family members, but he said he didn't see a problem.
And is that a buy or a buy?
Yes, they're all by,
And all,
No.
good.
well, except for the lease one, yes.
And that has to do with the city, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I would probably suggest rely solely on, county attorney for this.
Yes.
That's our legal
That's
advisor.
our legal advisor, so.
Yep.
What? But I don't, like I say, the yearly was less than what I was anticipating,
Yeah.
It was me too, I was afraid.
by about half or more.
I was
The
afraid.
insurance could be a little bit more, that's just kind of their quote, based on what we told them we had. The electric was pretty spot on. I talked to a couple other counties that, told me how much their utilities were running for their towers. Those little buildings have enough stuff in there that they need to run 24/7. They have the air, the AC on, and then anything for the generator, anything for the electrical system, those all have to have, electricity going, so that was for all three sites. Fiber, there's a lot.
And that's the high number for the fiber.
I know I spoke to Jesse via telephone, a couple conversations about this, and
Does he want me to give him a call and give him,
if you wish,
Okay.
I
Okay.
don't mind, but he, kinda made the same statement as Wade, who he did last week, or the week before, I guess, to be, you know, safety community.
Yes.
Safety for the community,
yes,
rolling with the changes, all the above, so I guess we got his support as well, just FYI, so, sounds like to me, and,
good. Good.
my support as well, I don't,
Yeah.
where do we sign, when we do that? I guess.
I have a motion approved
I was
by.
gonna ask you where you want us to go from here.
I have a motion to sign the approval. Here's the motion.
And we,
I should have emailed it to you. I'm sorry.
you're fine.
I wish you could,
And the electricity is from the generator is provided with propane, is that, or?
That'll be the backup.
that'll back up.
That's the
Yeah.
backup.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So the electrical is actually running electrical to those sites.
Two guys, sites and then the backup.
For the one-time
generator-
cost.
Generator with a,
Right,
all right.
yes.
all right.
So the one-time cost is the getting electricity to the site, and then the monthly, yearly is
Is
the
the-
actual utilities.
Yeah, that even seems like a lot of electric bill, but maybe there's gonna be a lot more of a draw than I think there is, you know,
Yeah.
but.
For the monthly, I mean, it looks like it's what, about 250 per site,
Yeah,
so.
somewhere around there. High 300.
So I guess if you're running air conditioning, and
Yeah.
I suppose that equipment might generate quite a bit of heat, so maybe an air conditioner's gonna,
Yeah, I don't know.
You've got to have climate control.
quite a bit to
Yeah.
get the heat out of there, I guess, and humidity would be a big thing too.
And
Stay
Troy
tuned.
and Connor from TFMcom and Motorola are here with us again today.
Yeah, there's a couple racks of equipment in there that produce some heat, so yeah, you have to have that AC running pretty much 24/7.
Okay, okay. And
Those
those,
AC units will need to be maintained once a year where they have to come in and clean the coils and stuff like that, you know, just so
Just normal maintenance.
normal maintenance,
Yeah.
yeah.
sure, sure.
So, can I ask a question just for clarification?
Yep.
So this amount, approximately $45,480, that's gonna be what you budget for your radio in general? Okay. So that's not gonna come out of the capital improvement addition?
No, right. Yeah, that was the extra extras. That's correct.
And Martin, will you do somewhat maintenance on the towers, on the equipment as far as?
I'll absolutely do what I can do,
What you-
and I'm going to work with, Troy and everything,
All right.
and find out more about what,
Sure.
I can do on
Sure.
them. I don't know if there's air filters or fan filters or
Right.
whatnot to be changed out.
Okay.
I know that we're gonna have some alarming with these sites as far as, we're gonna be able to see, is the door open? Is it, what the temperature's like? Are the lights on?
Off-site.
Yeah, we'll be able to
Yeah.
see it.
It'll tell dispatch.
Eventually, it might even come to my phone for all I know.
Sure.
Okay.
No, I was just curious.
Yeah, the generator would have normal maintenance, maybe once a year, you make sure twice a year, you make sure the propane tank has got propane in it.
Yeah.
Oil change once a year probably would be good,
Right.
depending on how many hours the generator. We recommend maybe a Tuesday at 10 a.m.
For it to kick on,
exercises
yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
We,
But just normal maintenance, yes.
And
we have
that'll
a
come up-
generator here in the courthouse downstairs that gets maintenance, and so we were able to reach out and see kind of what.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll come on once weekly, just for
To
half hour,
exercise.
yeah.
If you get the propane tank cost built into this, because they're about $3,500 now.
That was in Motorola's original proposal,
It's within their proposal.
yeah, with the 1,000-gallon propane tank, I believe it was.
Yeah, they're all in there.
Okay.
That's about 6,000 or 7,000 gallons.
Yeah. One thing about it, shouldn't take much propane per year.
It wouldn't take much propane.
No, it shouldn't.
No.
It shouldn't, just to
I
test
wouldn't think
it.
they'd even need a 1,000-gallon tank.
And I believe that the first fill is actually gonna be on Motorola as well. That was included in the proposal
that true?
as well. The first fill.
I believe so.
Sounds good to us.
I'm 99.9% sure I read that.
We're rolling with that.
And
Yeah,
if
we're
in a
rolling
year-
with that.
If in a year you're not sure it was full, you could come back and fill it again.
Right.
We'll get Brian out here to fill it. Who do you guys use locally for propane?
I think there's a couple different options out there. We just
Yeah,
have to
there's
see.
a couple locals that we just go
Good.
through. I'm sorry, Angie, I didn't mean to reach out
I
for
got
that.
it, it's fine.
Take time for a little bit of conversation.
Yeah.
Who's buying propane?
Who's buying propane?
Martin answered that. Right.
Pretty quick, like.
Yeah. And so if you guys notice that down at the bottom, there is a tear down of an existing tower that we really don't want standing on our acre of land, so,
Yeah, I did see that.
it's not in use and they don't need it. The landowner didn't need it, we don't need it, so we'll just,
Safety issue.
we'll just, yeah, the liability issue is what the landowner said, so we'll have it torn down.
You look for your budget sheet.
No, I was looking for my stupid note, but did you give me this to put in the budget book?
No,
Or should I just put this in the budget book?
not yet. I will figure it all up and put it in the right account. We just got those this weekend.
Okay,
So,
all right.
they did not, I've not adjusted my budget yet. Should I? It's already approved, right?
No, we haven't got it.
Oh, good.
I haven't done those
Yeah,
yet.
so as soon
We
as
did
you
not
can
approve
get it,
Oh,
ASAP, I'll put them in the book.
Slide it in there, yeah.
Okay.
So this is gonna actually be more than the 3,200,000 we originally had put in the capital.
Is that what we,
That's what we had, 3.2. So this is gonna be almost 5 million?
yeah, it is
5.8.
total of 5.8.
The philosophy was that, it was gonna be another, close to 2 years before we would need that money, so
Okay.
we'd have the rest in there by then.
What is it, 25% down and then so
Yes,
much at the time of delivery and then?
25 down, 60, 10 and 5.
When does delivery take place?
The what?
When does delivery take place?
14 to 16 months, I think is
Yeah,
what.
they thought the equipment might arrive 14 to 16 months, just
So we wouldn't
depends.
have set the total amount, remaining balance up, we just.
Right, and then 10%.
Set $1,060,000 up.
Right,
That
and
means
then,
that gets us $4 million, so.
10%'s not due until it's installed, and that's probably 2026 when that
Right.
happens, and then 5% due after final acceptance, after they've tested it and everything.
That tower you're gonna tear down, you just bring it down in 12 or 15 foot lengths or 20 and
Yeah.
cut it to and haul it to the
How
landfill?
do you guys kind of talk about that was gonna happen?
It sounds like they're just gonna literally drop it and then cut it into chunks so they can scrap metal it,
Set it into chunks.
so they can scrap it.
Okay, the people that's taking it down, is that?
Yeah, there's a company that does that.
So they'll get the metal, they'll get the scrap metal. Is
I
that,
assume so. Is that how that works? You know, Troy?
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
Take it?
That's what we're kind of talking about. That's what we're assuming, that they're just do it all,
Do it.
hauled off.
haul it off, get it out of there?
They're also gonna take all the footings down below grade 1 foot, so it doesn't interfere with any new projects. Unless you dig deep.
Are you good with this?
Yeah.
Okay. It was it's on that one sheet. And I was looking for money, and I buried myself in all the paperwork, so
No, it's
So are we?
I've gotta get organized here.
No, we're not. We can
Okay.
get rid of that finance. We're
Okay,
doing
we're
it
gonna go away, we're doing.
as a proposal, yeah.
Okay. So by 2026 will be our last payment?
Yes.
Approximately.
I mean, as long as that's when
Assuming
it's,
by then we'd have the, we would have been banking money, it would all be there
Yeah.
anyway, so.
What's
Yeah, we'll just-
KSIC stand for?
Kansas,
Kansas Interoperable.
Interoperable
communication
system.
system.
There we go.
Kansas
K6, yeah.
interoperable.
Teamwork.
Interoperable, yeah,
Communication
system.
Okay.
I just saw that's part of the motion, I thought I'd ask.
That's even hard to say.
Thanks, now you just got me more to read.
They have a website. Okay, it's Kansas statewide interoperable communication system.
It was on the front of the proposal, so that's what I wrote.
You, Mr. Bowie, have anything you wanna weigh in on this?
Did you get your copy of the, well, you already saw it, you told me about it.
Yeah, we talked this morning about adding some of what's in the motions.
The full, he wanted the breakdown of the full price to be in there, to be transparent on how we're gonna do it.
So he's
that it-
already kinda
Yeah.
approved with you,
Yep.
so to speak.
Good, good.
Angie, what account numbers that come out of? We don't have any accounts there that totals up that 2.1 right now.
Well, you're gonna, if you're taking it all out of capital improvement reserve,
Capital improvement's got 7.9, so that's what's.
yeah, and we need to revise this capital improvement plan, with that new amount, but I need to also talk to Ryan when he's back from vacation, which I'm not sure when he's coming back. He was gonna be gone for a couple
Couple
weeks.
weeks.
Yeah.
So when he's back, we'll redo this, put this on there, so that plan's up to date. And, yeah, you do have a certain amount in there, but we're gonna have to put more in there at the end of the year if we can, focus on that, so.
Yeah, 'cause he's taking 1.6 million out of for equipment, so.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to get that replenished.
And then like Angie said, these costs will be figured into the radio budget,
Which will be in the general fund,
which will
not
be
capital.
under me in the general fund, so.
And that's what you've got to redo.
Maybe I'm not following, but I thought we were using the account we were setting money back in for the towers, we're taking that money.
Right.
It is, it's in the capital improvement plan,
I
it's
see.
just not
Okay.
quite enough. It's not gonna be quite,
123,
I see.
123.
Okay,
yeah.
I'll put that in.
I'm following now, sorry.
Yeah.
My mind was headed elsewhere.
But this thing is stretched out until 26. It's-
Yep.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm rewording that because it's capital improvement reserve fund 123. There.
1, 2.
Very good. Upon the recommendation of Coffee County Radio Committee to waive the purchasing policy of competitive bidding for good cause, said cause being the vendor is a single source supplier, and to sign and approve the proposal from Motorola Solutions to construct 3 Kansas statewide interoperable communication systems radio towers with initial 25% of $1.459,952,952.50 due at signing, 60% due when equipment arrives in approximately 14 to 16 months, 10% due when the installation is complete, approximately 24 months, and 5% due after testing and final acceptance. Funds come from Capital Improvement Reserve Fund, number 123.
Oh,
What?
on my paper I had extra wording on there.
I don't understand what that initial 16.
That shouldn't be on there.
Oh.
Sorry.
I don't understand it, okay.
Yeah, that was me copying and pasting when I was on the phone with Wade.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Perry's moved,
I'll second that.
Thompson seconded. Any further discussion?
You may add, just thinking about it, something to the effect that says, all subject to the Kansas cash base as well, because it's going into the future, so that basically says you have to have the money. If you don't have the money, then the county can't be responsible for something you don't have the money for. Does that make sense?
No?
No.
So we were sitting here with the money, so I mean, really,
I understand, but you're talking about going well into the future, and a lot of these contracts, if you remember for the jail, for example, it had that motion that included subject to the cash rate, Kansas cash base as well. You don't have to do it.
no, that's fine.
I understand you have the, it's there.
The amendment would be, all this is subject to Kansas cash basis law. Thompson originally, McCurry moved originally, you still?
I still move.
Yes, sir, I second. McCurry and Thompson. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. You got towers.
Yay, we have towers!
Thank you.
Thanks for all your work.
man. Thank you, Pete.
Yeah, thanks for all your time.
Where was our? Okay, here's the full proposal. And there's only 2 little spots to sign. And Motorola needs this back because they need to also sign it, and then we'll get a full copy from them.
So,
2 flags for signing.
we need a special issue check as well.
I don't think we need it
No,
now until it's
Not
fully
today.
signed.
No.
Not today.
Okay.
Or we just send it to you.
You have time.
Just those 2. I wanted to read it.
So it's just Tom, right?
Yep.
Do you want me to fill in the bottom part and you can?
So I will, keep you guys updated on the progress and how we're doing on all this, and we're gonna, get started on the land acquisition. We feel pretty positive about all the sites, no issues or anything there. Once we talk to them, then we can, release where the sites are and what's going on and everything. But, I don't think there's anything else. If you guys had any other issues or questions, let me know. This is a first for me, so we're jumping in this together.
I know how much time you guys spent on it.
Yeah.
You probably told us how high those, but that's 300 feet, aren't they? And
There's-
then the one in Gridley's 200. You got two 300 and one 200.
Yes.
Yep.
I knew the answer to it, so I asked.
You knew the answer.
Did you give me, where did I see that sheet?
The blue sheet or the yellow, this sheet?
Wait, hold on. This was,
That, you can throw that away, that,
but I want those, don't I, for,
oh, yeah, you can have that. It's also in, yes, there's a better sheet in here though.
oh, okay, I got that. Okay.
The green sheet, which is page 6.
I just wanna make sure starting in 2025 is the first,
Approximately.
approximately.
Yeah, I mean,
So when
they-
I put it on this sheet here.
Or 2020, yes. Those are the actual numbers, but the estimated time may be sooner, maybe a little later.
Yeah, but at least.
But
I have
definitely the one
something
in planning,
about-
by, before July 18th, correct, we need to give you a check. Or, no, we just needed to.
No, it'll
Right.
take a while to get locked and
Okay.
everything.
So, no rush on that, yeah.
But would that be this year?
Yeah, that'll be this year.
So I
The
put that
initial,
on this year.
yeah, 1.4 needs to go on this.
Okay.
Correct.
Amber, we discussed the 300-foot tower at Gridley. Is there any reason we should move that up to 300 foot? I think it's an extra 140,000. We didn't discuss it today, and I'm not sure we ruled it out last week.
I believe that, didn't you guys say that it wasn't gonna gain us
Yeah,
much?
it doesn't make a big enough difference. I mean, it
In
really doesn't
coverage.
make a difference at all with coverage. We had engineers come out here and map everything and.
You said they
ran
checked,
maps on
they
the
checked
computers.
two separate heights,
Right.
right?
That,
It didn't.
since it wasn't discussed today, I thought we could ask that
That's a
question.
good question.
And that site's pretty high anyway from the start, so.
Ground
Ground
starts
elevation.
moving up from Leroy, so.
The Gridley side.
Yeah.
And I think Ridley actually, which is 200, gave about the same coverage as other 300-foot ones,
Yeah,
just with the elevation up there.
yeah.
It is a good deal. Okay, we are out of your hair. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for all the work that's been done.
Appreciate everyone's efforts, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good one.
You too.
Thank you.
Well, let's see. Got a break in 10 minutes. In and out a little bit here. Let's do check some vouchers here. You just need a signature on this?
Just approval, your initials or whatever. Like a credit card.
You're on that, all of that yellow pole.
And yellow, right.
Shredding cars, or doing something to them.
Imagine cleaning
Oh.
up the landfill probably.
Yep. And a bunch of tires out there. How do you think?
I'm good, how are you?
Good.
Like everybody come back with all their fingers, and we really have them all.
Oops, didn't mean to throw it at you.
You're fine.
I came back with a bunch of scars, but none of them were from fireworks. I mean, my left hand's been the target this last week. It's been in the road of everything.
It's taking the brunt of the force.
Yeah.
First year in 20 years or more that I have not spent one dime on fireworks. I see.
Neither did I. I didn't spend a dime on it.
Didn't last year either. Excuse me, my wife bought a bunch. The year before, we had some family come in for a visit. She went down, bought a bunch of stuff, got back, and they were lighting stuff, and we ate pie and I don't know what all else. Shit, forgot they were there, we blew them up last year.
Hey, Bobby.
Morning. Morning, Bobby. Folder C.
Yes, sir. Yep.
I guess I never thought, Skipper, I'm sorry, I had a 9:50 break and we was signing checks and vouchers. Of course, you're one way from Garrett anyway, right?
He's not coming today. We're
Oh.
scheduled for next week.
Pardon me?
He's not gonna make it today. We're gonna try to reschedule for next week.
Oh, okay.
So this whole 10 o'clock is next week then?
Correct.
Okay.
So then we're gonna skip that and go straight to department update?
Yes, sir.
Let's just go ahead and do it.
All right.
That way we're not.
Not holding you up.
Well, appreciate it. I hope everybody had a good 4th.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I did. Good. I did. Yeah. Oh, there we go. I wanted to start off by doing a recap of last week, and talk about, break down things in categories, I guess, to try to give you guys an update on kind of a day-to-day, what happened. But I'll start off with grants. So periodically there are grants that come across that would benefit us, and some of them we apply for and some of them we don't. But Coffee County's problem is income levels are so high, it's tough to meet most of the guidelines for some of the grants. But here recently, the census data just changed, like in the past week. So 2 of our communities now that didn't formally qualify now qualify for grants. That's Burlington and New Strop. So we're going to try to target this coming week. We're going to try to sit down and look at what we can do for those communities. Gridley's been pretty good about getting a few grants here and there. Leroy even has done okay, but Burlington hadn't got one in a long time. Neither has New Strong because of the income levels. Last week we discussed the $2.6 million raise grant, and I did check with the granting authority, and they said that the commissioners can release whatever press release you want. You're good. At some point this coming week, hopefully, they will request a meeting with the commission to talk through the guidelines of the grant and then seek an agreement. I'll let you know when that occurs. Senator, if y'all don't mind, Senator Moran has offered to come down and ceremonially award the grant. He hadn't put a date on it yet, but I said the commissioners want to do that. For him, it's a big deal.
Well, that's fine then.
We want to support him. He's supporting us, is my opinion.
Yep.
I saw that.
How big's that grant?
Trails.
Yes, sir.
How big's that grant you're talking about?
2.6 million.
Well, it is 2.6.
Yes, sir.
That's what was mentioned a week or 2 ago, so.
Yes, sir. We also, this last week, discussed that $750,000 CDBG grant for the access road at the airport. I invited Commissioner Thompson to sit down in a meeting with Garrett Nordstrom, Sabin Yanez, and
Kentucky guy.
yeah, Bart Massey. Couldn't remember. And generally just talk through what's coming, what is expected. Now that project, everybody wants to see dirt turn sooner rather than later, especially Bart. It was determined at that meeting that the next step would be a grant agreement given by CDBG to the commission. So you have some time to review it and understand what it's about before Garrett actually shows up and gets you to pass a resolution authorizing the grant agreement. So hopefully that happens this week as well. I'll move on to projects. A couple of projects. Last week we brought up the idea that there was a out-of-state, site selector who contacted us about a frozen food processing facility. And they asked us to respond to an RFI. I got with Saban and I got with Burns and Mac, and we put together a response, sent it off to them. Have no idea if we'll ever hear anything back, but if we do, then they'll move into a more formal, here's who I am, this is really what I need, and blah, blah, blah. So we can make a precise response.
Very good.
Since then, we also had another site selector from Cushman Wakefield. They're kind of like just a big real estate group, but they've also contacted us with a client. They're going to introduce this week, also for an RFI. So we'll see. I'll let you know more when I hear back from them. Got a call from Wanda Chafin, pie lady in New Strong. She, for at least 2 years now, has been talking about expanding and doing different things.
Doing a heck of a business.
Yes, sir.
From what I've done.
She's been offered incentives from the state and other things, but she's finally settled on just expanding right close to where she's at. At one point, she was talking about building a new building, and she couldn't find what she needed to do that. So she wants to build a building right next to her building, in between her and the rural water office. And I don't know who her contractor is, but she's ready to roll. So now she's asking us for a tax abatement, only on her new facility, not on her existing. She's willing to continue paying taxes on what she has now, but she's asking for a 10-year abatement for property taxes on her new facility.
How big of a facility?
About, I'm just guessing here, about 4,500 square foot.
How much?
4,000, 4,500.
About a tenth of an acre, so it isn't real big.
Yes, sir. And I could be off 1,000 or so either way, but I'm just basing that on her existing building. And she doesn't have much room between her and the rural water
I
office.
was gonna say, there's not a lot of room there, is there?
No, sir. She has, she's a go-getter. She's already called most everybody and found out, you know, the process as she wants that. You have two options as a commission. You can manually abate it. That means once a year voting to abate it. Or you can issue an IRB, industrial revenue bond. But the industrial revenue bond's misleading. There's no actual debt being issued. There's no bonds being issued. You're just a function of the IRB statutorily is that 10-year abatement. If you want to do that, you can hire Joe Serrano or another attorney to do the paperwork. It's a simple form, and I think there's a public hearing involved. And I did tell Wanda if the commission did that, you might ask her to pay the fee for the attorney. And
What was the first one you mentioned? I mean, there were two there.
a manual abatement?
Yeah, so that's done yearly, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Problem with that is the commission changes.
Oh.
And over a 10-year period, they might get lost or forgotten. If you go the IRB path, she has agreed to pay for the cost of the attorney that you hire to help her do the abatement. So I'm not asking for a decision now. You can just let me know what you want to do. And
When is she starting, do you think, Marty? I mean, she's going to build a building, is that correct?
yes, sir. She's determined to do it.
I know she puts in a lot of hours.
Yeah, she's got a contractor secured, I believe.
Does she?
Yes, sir. I can't remember, the attorney will be able to tell you all this, but I don't know if you gotta get permission also from the city council. The county authority might be enough to abate everything she needs, but if so, that would just be another step in the process. But I'll come back to you on that, maybe next week. So, concerning the CHIPS project, met last week with Paul Hughes and his staff, and the Director of Commerce and his staff, to talk about the effort from the Governor's office to assist with getting signatures on letters from the Secretary of Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin. That's the last piece really of our push politically to try to get an award sooner rather than later. And also discussed was the request for the advance funding from the state. Still don't have any word. There'll be another meeting this Tuesday, a phone call. And Saban's on that call with me, as well as Burns and Mac.
Is Dr. White, or any of TEM on that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's actually leading the discussion. I think all of you are aware the SSM project is pretty close to, it's been closed for a year now, but it's very close now to actually closing on all pieces. I think the longest piece now is going to be the county piece, but the CDBG grant we talked about is a piece of their financing, so they have to we have to close on that as soon as we can to allow the county to finish up its piece of GO obligations.
Who are we waiting on to fill out the paperwork then? If they're waiting on the county, we can't do anything to the paperwork's prepared.
Well, I haven't talked with Joe in about a week, but I have talked with Greg, and I think that's underway. I think that those paperwork is being prepared. So at some point within the next couple of weeks, you'll be approached to move forward with the county piece.
And that grant has to do with the road deed put in and everything.
Well, that's just the grant.
So that's, okay.
There's also 4 other financing pieces that have to close. One is a GO warrant from the county. It's a $3 million, but it's backed up through a CID tax assessment on the property.
Right.
And I'll keep you updated on when everything does close, but it's a mad race for Bart. He's got to, I mean, his words, he wants to have his building vertical at the airport by end of the year, and he wants to be in operation as fast as possible out at Dream Homes. So we'll see. He has already started hiring people. Bart's hired some local people already. I think he's hired 2 of them, or at least 1. He wants to, I've got the job descriptions if you guys want to see them. I think they've been in the paper.
Yes, I see.
Good deal. Karen Daughtery, she called early last week, and I think she talked with one of the commissioners, and she's the president of Flint Hills Community College. She wants, years ago, she started the idea of wanting to put a campus here. We actually reached out to her, inquiring about putting a campus here. Real estate has just been her biggest issue. So she is on the hunt again. She's looking for real estate. And, I think my meeting with her was kind of, if she's telling me, right, kind of what yours was. The commission would certainly love to talk with her, but there's a lot going on right now. She knows that. She's aware that there's a lot on the plate. But she'll be in front of you in the next few weeks to hopefully have identified some property.
And that's the president of, or the CEO of Flint Hills.
Flint Hills Technical College.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not sure what her title is.
She's the head of it. Yeah, I do.
She's been before us 3 or 4 times in the last 2 years.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, that's all I have.
Okay.
That's true.
Any questions?
Nope, that's quite a bit of update, Bobby, appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thanks very much.
Very good.
Do you want that at 10 o'clock next week also? For
Yes.
New Year?
If that is what the commission wants.
If that works for him to be here at that time.
Okay,
You let me know if it's different.
will do. Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bobby.
Thank you.
Let's do that break, get in that break, go to 10:12. Well, Amelia, we're running ahead of schedule. And I don't know if you want just
Just
to
all
do
go
the
into
rest of
this.
this.
Yeah, everything I've got that goes in the yellow, all this.
Okay.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you guys?
Good.
So I actually have one thing added. I just received additional information of the Kansas Public Health Roadshow. Just this information for you guys. You're more than welcome to attend. So with this flyer, kind of what it's about is it's to shine some more light on public health and what we're here for and how we can get community support and get the most out of taxpayers' money. So there's two columns of dates. Our region falls on September 10th in Eureka and November 15th in Parsons. So that's within our public health region. Other commissioners will be there. This is recommended for Board of Health members as well, county clerks, local health department administrators, local health officers, county administrators, and other city and county leaders. There's a QR code to pre-register so they know how much food to bring, because food is a meal that is supplied, and it does have limited seating because, I mean, they're held within a county office that, kind of like our conference rooms downstairs. So, gain insights to improve the health and quality of life in your community, connect with KDHE leadership, explore ways to add value to your community through public health, and share ideas with other leaders from across your region. And,
I'm sorry, so the Eureka one is the one you're going to, or?
yeah, I will probably go to either the Eureka one or Parsons one. I'm more than happy to give you guys a ride.
No, I didn't know which one you were planning on going to. And it doesn't make any difference, I was just curious.
So more than likely, I would go to the September 10th one, just because November 15th falls within flu season.
Yeah.
You know, that Birch City is a half, 400 or 500 miles away.
Yeah.
Far as away as you can be, I mean.
About as far away, you know.
Now that does not fall with our region, thank goodness, but, yeah.
We got rid of one of our bridges out there, Birch City, several years ago.
But if you guys have any questions on that, let me know. I can send our regional rep the question and get some answers. They should have an agenda out prior to the first session, which is August 6th, not our region, but that's the one in Manhattan. To give a little more details on that.
Okay.
And then the next item, I would like to request a motion to solicit bids via Drexel Technologies Playroom and Coffee County Republican for an interior remodel for the Coffee County Health Department as designated by the bid documents for BG Consultants. This is to place bids for the renovation. So what they'll do is they'll post it to their playroom site, and then I will post it to the Coffee County newspaper as long as you guys approve and are okay with that. And
Do you
it'll,
need to put that in the motion as well, or no?
so it,
Oh, well, I guess it is.
it should be
does
within
say.
it, yeah.
I'm sorry.
So the handbook recommendation is a 3-week bid period. This one will actually land in 4 weeks.
Okay, move to solicit bids via Drexel Technologies Planning Room and Coffee County Republican for interior remodel of Coffee County Health Department as designated in the bid documents. B&G Consultants, project number 241162. I so move.
I'll second.
Meets is seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
You got any rough idea what your bid might be? And that probably is not a fair question, probably should have discussed it. So, okay.
Yeah, so they will, the ones that are presented in person, they'll be submitted to the clerk's office in a sealed envelope. And the morning of, I have it, I can't remember exactly what date, but it's the first,
Says August 5th.
yeah. That's whenever we'll review them. But it sounds like they have several interested in placing bids already. Here's a bid document from each.
So this just needs to go to the paper.
You can actually go to their website and look up their plans and look at it.
Okay. Yeah, BG Consultants.
No, the Drexel.
Okay.
Drexel
Do you want me
website.
to email it to
Oh,
you?
okay.
Okay, I'll do that.
What bid there?
August 5th.
August 5th.
It's right there.
August 5th.
Whatever.
I'll just send it to you then.
We did do all in favor, say aye, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we did. Yeah.
You guys have any other questions for me?
Oh, we did go ahead and make the motion. I'm sure we did. Yeah, 4-0. I'm sure.
All right.
All right, have a
Thank
good
you.
day, guys.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Running ahead, that's good.
Did you all wanna look through some budgets if you're at a point, or do you wanna leave?
Yeah, we could do that, actually.
I'm kind of
Probably
hoping we
not a bad
could get
idea.
maybe half of them or something
Yeah,
today.
we could get some of them done today. Whoops, thank you.
Do you want yours to?
Last one.
This is the last one I know.
Don, you have yours.
Yeah, I've got mine back here, Angie.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
I do have, a couple to slip in there. Wade got in his last week and we didn't get him in. I thought we could just slip them in when we get to that one. That's okay. as we go through them, I was going to enter them in the spreadsheet, the auditor.
The wage increases, assuming is off of basically the steps and cost of living,
Where are you at? Which one?
was number one.
Okay. And that's, yeah.
That's been the same increase for the last 4 or 5 years. Right?
Oh. Well, looks like you can go ahead and get going.
Pardon?
Looks like you can go ahead and do your next appointment if you want, and then we can
Oh.
go back to this maybe.
Cool, John.
Morning.
Sorry, I didn't realize.
Nope, it's all right, we'll have it till lunch, I mean, 'cause I
Yeah.
don't think this will be very long. Good morning, John.
Morning.
We are ahead of schedule, and it's a good thing you're early, so.
Perfect.
So, we're ready for you.
Okay, well, you all want to move into executive session for a non-elected personnel matter.
For 15, 20?
I think 15 should be sufficient.
Just the board and you.
Correct.
And Jesse Knight via phone, providing he's got service,
Right.
he said he would have service, so. I've
Okay.
been communicating with him, so. Motion to enter an executive session for 15 minutes with John Dietrich and the commission, as well as Jesse Knight by phone. I'll second that. Perry moved, Thompson seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. We will go in at 10:26, so it was 3 minutes.
We're back. No action being taken. I need to excuse myself for a few minutes. And you guys are looking over these budgets, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
Since there's only 3 of us here, I know that's a majority, can we still talk about a certain budget?
Whatever we want to do, we can wait.
You're in an open meeting, so I think you want to talk about it.
The general wage increase, there's nothing on that, is there?
That's what you do every year.
Yeah.
Next is, commission.
All right, to leave it at that level, or does it need to come down since we?
Well, I kind of felt like your 2024 budget was maybe a little high.
Yeah.
So I lowered it back down to where, because you didn't do a cost of living, so basically we stay about the same.
Oh, okay.
All in the same.
So, and then your commodities was a little high last year, and so I budgeted a little lower,
Okay,
unless you feel like you want to increase something.
yeah, so that's on number one here, right?
Oh, this is on number 2.
Okay.
Were we on number 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, 'cause I wouldn't see that. I got you.
And then 3,
JSV, it's been increased 3,000.
and that's if you look on the back, it's Amber, either utilities and gas or something's gone up there.
Two areas is kicked up is utility, electric and gas.
Yeah, right.
So those are the two. That made up that there's probably nothing wrong working with it. Do they spend more time up there,
JSP.
JSP building answer, you know?
Spend more time?
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Not necessarily, I mean, it's used by
Highway Patrol.
highway patrol, county med.
But it's not much increase, they may not spend it anyways.
Right.
I think that'd be fine, wouldn't it?
In fact, it's lower than 2024.
Right.
Oh, wait. No, I'm looking at the wrong one. I flipped the page.
Now, 2024 was it?
Yeah.
6,500, so
Yeah, so it's
Okay.
he must be expecting a little bit more
utilities or something.
things up there for the sheriff's department. And we know he goes up there occasionally.
Okay.
And then on clerk there, I lowered commodities. That's usually what we spend a lot out of with elections, and since next year's city school, it won't cost as much, so.
I don't see nothing wrong with that. You got, you know, the salaries moved them up
Just the 3.
6,000, that's
Yeah.
just 3%, so.
Yeah. Okay. I think that looks fine, don't you guys?
I do.
The election year, Andy's only moved it up 4,000.
Well, lowered it down to, because there won't be as many, people
Well-
working, and we won't need as
You
many.
load the contractual stuff down,
Yeah.
Yeah.
52,000, so. I don't,
I have to raise it on bigger election years and reduce it on smaller election
Yeah.
years.
I don't see no problem with that.
I don't know.
Treasurer's department. With the salaries up, 10, that's 3%.
Yeah.
I don't see nothing. I don't see nothing affecting.
That's acceptable, I would think.
Very.
Okay, next page is attorney, and if you wanna flip this in your book, under tab 7,
I've got,
you've got yours.
yeah, I put,
I might have gave you 2 there. Oh, sticker. I did.
Okay.
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 weights from 24 to 25, it's the same. The bigger increase came with, probably come with the summer internship, Wade.
Well, which number are you looking at? If you go to the next page, there's a
Detail.
Details the best I could.
Each line item.
Set aside now.
So some of what the increase has been is expert services that I've had to go out and retain some experts to provide a second opinion on some cases, mainly psychologists.
Well, case expense is up $5,000, so that's.
Well, that's if you look to the right, the note, expert services in
Yeah.
23 was 5,300 of that total. And then if you look already this year where that is, some of the other additions, so appeal work for a prosecutor is separate from their regular pay, but I have someone handle the appeal work, and if you look, then there should have been somewhere maybe in what you saw. I've actually contracted with the Attorney General's office, their appeals department, to handle the appeals for Coffee County. Now that's a moving target depending on how many appeals you have in a given year. But right now it's $2,800. It could go probably up more than it can anything else, and that's actually a value if you know how appeals work and the amount of time that goes into appellate work.
On the bottom category, you got fixed equipment, you got computer software equipment expense and furniture equipment. There's 4 of them, it's $5,000 there, so I'm sure that's all gonna be approved, especially when you move into the new jail.
So some of that may be included in the FFE, others may not. And one of the more recent expenses that you'll see, for example, this year, so current actual year in the middle column, I had Angie's office run a report, so that is current as of last week. I think it was July 2nd, so that's so far this year of what has been spent out of the county attorney's office. So for example, on computer hardware, 256551, that was an expense that I had not anticipated, but I had to replace servers that store body camera footage because I got to the point where there was no room left, and I needed something to be able to hold it. So we had to make a change and go from, I don't know, a 5 terabyte drive to 18 terabyte or something like that. I don't know what it is.
Can't get enough set of eyes.
Gotta maintain those records.
I'm okay with it.
I am fine. You going to 8?
Yeah, it's legal service. That's Todd Wheeler out of Emporia. Wade can answer that, but I'm not sure you put enough value on what Todd probably does for the county.
That's Wolf City. It's $12,000 is what they're requesting.
Yeah, 12,000. I think it was 10. It was either 10 or
It was 10, I think, last year.
10 or 11 last year.
That's well under what it should be, in my opinion.
I think we're the one that moved it to 10, because somebody made a comment that probably ought to be 25. That, I don't remember whether that was you or Tom or who.
Yeah.
I have no problem with Todd.
He does a lot of service, I feel.
Number 9, in county council, we don't have it yet. Register's deeds, her total salary is down 14,000. And that's just about what the personnel services are down. Full personnel service down 15, so.
15,000, yeah.
And that would be because she had someone retire last year and.
Yeah.
That's it. Usually when it's not as expensive, I assume.
I have no problem with Wynn's, you know.
Okay. Everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Next one's number 11, Unified Court.
There's one that's about, not quite 10,000.
Yeah, it's about 10, but it's down 51 from 23.
Yeah.
There's a word there, Wade, under contractual services. I can't even pronounce it. Indigent services?
Indigent, that means,
What's that word mean?
that means they don't have the financial ability to pay for an attorney. Which is the majority of the cases that come through the court. They're just not at that level.
Yeah. Guys in favor of that one?
Yeah.
So
Probably,
there's a 5,900 increase in contract attorney fees, which there's five, 6 or 7 attorneys on the panel right now. So any case that gets handled that's a misdemeanor, traffic, those types of cases, they're entitled to be represented by an attorney. Oftentimes that's a court-appointed attorney, and this pays for their monthly check that you sign for their indigent services panel. And in all honesty, that figure and what they get paid, if you break it down, is woefully under what it probably should be for the services that they get. So you also will see the previous year for trial costs for jury fees, travel, jury meals. It looks like it went up, but I think speedy trial and the tolling of speedy trial, that was lifted. It was something that the legislature had done during COVID, and it went live in May, I believe. So we're anticipating a number of jury trials to probably eat through those costs and fees. Not that we want to have jury trials, but it's also a necessity to handle cases. So some of those increases, I would say, are attributable to those types of things.
Tom, we're ready for number 12, but we're in Public Works. All the rest of them we've approved as presented.
Pretty much everybody's in here then. Are we missing something here?
So that is Public Works.
It's Public Works.
And it's, the first one's equipment, which they've increased it. And then the next one is, there's a,
Transfer out is 0, but commodities is 730,000. Do we need to go to 41, 42, and 43, don't we?
no,
or just go to them when we get
That's,
there?
that's that department
Yeah.
in the general fund. But, hold on, I'm trying to get.
There's nothing under 41 yet. There is something under 42.
Okay, equipment and special bridge equipment and the asphalt program. So asphalt must be the 2 million,
Asphalt's a big one.
yeah. And then the other one is for equipment,
46,
And if I remember,
42.
43, well, it's 41, 42, and 43.
Yeah, he didn't mention anything for 43 or 76.
If I remember right, that was Ryan's comment when he was up here one time, he's gonna have a little more asphalt.
I believe that's correct.
So I think we're pretty well on the list the other day.
When we get down to 41, it's janitor, 42 is housing authority, and 43 is mental wellness. So those right numbers are number 12.
where you at?
Pardon?
Where you at?
No, I'm up to 17, because those 3 or 4 after that public works they're just very, very workable. I kind of jumped ahead.
12 then.
I still don't understand 12, we've got to locate everything on 12.
Yeah, I'm not following either, I guess,
The
Well-
courthouse general works very well, wellness looks very well, capital outlays $1.2 million, and that's what it, and technology training is very workable. East Central Kansas Area Agency, it's been the same dollar amount for 3 years.
Looks like they're increasing it by 32,000 though, for the local. Because if you turn to the last page, or, well, almost last page. I'm sorry. So the third page, that's 50,500.
This third page,
The third page is, the first and the third page is 50,500, because that's for the nutrition and the agency. And then when you go back to the fifth page, the local, she says she's increasing 32,000 over the 2024 request because of capital outlay project. And then the page right behind that is what she's asking for here locally.
but both the first and third page are the same.
Now, the first one is for East Central Kansas Area Agency on Aging, and then the third page is for the nutrition program.
And the 32,000 increase is because of the capital outlay project, right? 15,000 for a wheelchair, access ramp at Burlington, and the 10,000 to paint the outside of the center.
And if you look at the back page of that, it says 89,500 for local. So, for 89,000 plus 50,500.
Say that again.
89,500 plus 50,500. Looks like 149,000.
Well, every year or two, we put quite a bit of money in one of the nursing, not the nursing home, but the senior center. Every year we've done some of that. I think we did Waverly a year ago. Put a new floor or something.
Well, yeah, that was done a couple of years ago, and then last year it was, the back porch.
Porch or something.
Yeah.
And I think the flooring and the inside was done 2 or 3 years ago.
And Leroy was done 2 or 3 years
Yeah.
ago, I'm not sure what they did.
Yeah.
Then we done the new roof on Lebo, I think. If I remember right, we had. I suppose that number 18, you know, is probably the increase, or 17, Council of Aging, is probably all right.
I think it is because we're all getting there. I'm kidding, that's a joke. Well,
Okay.
CASA, I mean, it's same dollar amount, it's $1,000 more than it was a year ago.
Yeah.
Utilities, same as was it, wonder why we put down a 41,000 increase last year, Andrew?
We did a 41,000 increase.
In utilities for the courthouse. I don't remember why we put that down.
Where did you see that number?
2024 from 2023 to 2024.
Oh, okay, 2023 is actual.
Okay, so we just
2024 is
put
what we budgeted.
the unknown on the current budget, then we increased it to cover if we needed to.
Yeah, because we don't know, like, when they're gonna raise rates, we don't know, and we've kind of, I think we were budgeting before, for a while, I think we were like 120, and so I felt we needed to bump that up a little bit, so.
And if it is increasing, chances are it won't increase that much, but we're prepared to handle it. Resource council is the same. Juvenile detention department.
Oh, I gotta give you that too.
Well, I've got copies in mind, but you may have given them to me this morning.
I did.
Thank you.
21.
Did I give you two? No, I didn't.
Yeah, it's number 21.
Section 1.
Got the same budget we had a year ago, but it's down 23,000 from 23. Which would be actual.
So, from year to year, the juvenile detention budget is sort of a moving target.
Yeah.
In '23, we had somebody in juvenile detention the majority of the year, and as you'll see on the detailed report afterwards, it has I attached that so you could see where the 33,750 came from.
Yeah.
They shut down the Franklin County Juvenile Detention Center, so everybody from Coffee County and surrounding counties, they end up going to Douglas County. And then, I don't remember what the daily rate is, but it's not cheap.
We had a juvenile check we signed last date on vouchers.
Yep, well,
It was $4,000, if I remember right.
yeah, there've been several that have ended up in detention.
Very expensive, anywhere you go, correct?
Correct.
Different type of facility.
So Franklin County closed down, and so everything's going into Douglas, is that correct?
For juvenile.
For juvenile.
For juvenile detention. So those are juvenile offenders who either have committed or have been alleged to have committed a misdemeanor felony offense, usually felony offense, and then they have to be housed for a period of time. Some years you barely even tap into that.
Yeah. We tapped into it last March, but I think it was 45,000. Coffee County Airport, it's 20,000 less than it was a year ago, or in 23. It's 15,000 above 24 this year. But overall, it's down 39,000 last year's forecast.
Okay to everybody?
Yeah, so.
Nothing like, that I've noticed so far has been too extreme. Most of the increases are, wages.
Or which one, Tom?
I said most all the ones I'm seeing, the increases are due to wages.
Yeah, but
cost
you
of
know,
living.
early on, when you were here, the treasurer and the clerk and maybe one or two more, there wasn't any about 3.5%.
Yeah.
This one on technology, see, it's up 6,000, so it's up 3.5 or so.
Yeah.
Angela, the one on Coffee County Council for Arts, they've got 33,380, but they're carrying over 23,810. expenses over and above the 2310, 14.5, should they just be budgeted 14.5?
Yeah, what page, what's that number?
24.
Oh.
For the carrier, to me, they shouldn't add the whole 33 in their budget.
Well, yeah, I'm not really sure, I might have to contact her, because that doesn't seem
But
right.
they've got projects on the second page
Yeah.
where they're,
But they told 33, they've already got 24, almost 24 on
Yeah.
budget, so to me, they only need 9,000.
She's got 9,000 below there, under
County
2023
support,
actual,
9,000.
but I don't know if she meant to put that over.
I'm gonna set on that till you get a chance to look,
Yes, I will contact her.
set on 24,
Okay.
Coffee County Sheriff's Department. Got an increase of 9.7 on the personnel services. But he's retained 3 or 4 officers, which would probably be that increase, or the majority of it. Jail's 27. There's probably 3 new employees there. Maybe 4.
with Keppers being
Pardon?
we changed from Capers to Keppers.
Yeah.
I think that could probably be part of it.
That is making it. I don't think I got any
Oh, I
problem.
don't have any problem with it.
I don't think I got any problem with
I think that has to
the
do-
sheriff or the jail.
Right.
Coffee County Transportation. On services, it's up 36, or 34, but what she got, she was short-staffed, and she's gonna get her staff up where it needs to be, correct?
Yes, and is there a vehicle involved somewhere, or maybe not?
She talked about one, but I can't.
I can't remember what she said, but I think there was a vehicle involved, that they were,
Well, contractual's up 40, and that's probably it. But I think the wages is probably attributed to a new employee. You remember Angie on that when she presented that? I
No.
don't mean keep coming back to you.
No, it's okay,
I think she was needing to get her staff full, she needs another employee.
well,
yeah, I can't exactly remember.
On the next page.
On the next
there's
page,
a sheet that
that shows everything.
It's only increasing.
Well, see, it's up 110, that's those other 2 or 3 employees.
Right.
Yeah. Leaving an accounting double.
That would be between that and fuel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And maybe we won't spend that much on fuel either. Yeah, that's down to it, but.
Well, their overall projection's up 150, and 110 of that is in 13 employees.
Yeah.
So she gets fully staffed, I don't have any problem, I don't think I got any problem with it.
Well, the deal with her budget is that the county support's only up $2,000. Even though her overall budget's up 110, county support's only up
$2,000.
She's getting the rest of that via grants.
Getting reimbursed that in 66, which,
Yeah.
that's a pretty healthy reimbursement increase, because it's up 130.
Yeah.
So, and you're right, the county support's only up 2,000, so there's no reason why we don't support that. Coffee County Jail personnel is at 21.
Yeah.
But that, probably definitely got, I bet I think Tom is fully staffed now. I think he mentioned that here
I don't know.
2 or 3 weeks ago when he was in here.
What else does that include?
And when we covered the sheriff's deal, we covered the jail at the same time, so.
And that's, service.
Whereas Coffee County Lake, that big increase, we wrote a check on that increase for that one nice boat that he bought that they needed, and he brought that to our attention, that it would affect our 24 budget. That radio is only up 10,000, but that's gonna take a significant jump when we get to work on those towers, so. The emergency radios is up 44, 18 of us in personnel, 9's in contractual, and 16 in capital outlay, so it's probably total justified for the funds we'd be spending on.
Emergency management.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, hey. What's a good thing I got you when I did? Yeah.
That LEPC is probably nothing wrong with it. Who would fall under that training expenses for LEPC, Wade? Got a $2,000 training expense.
It'd be,
I would assume that's for, food and.
Another $500 food,
Oh, is it?
2,000 training.
That I don't know, but.
Conservation district's up 14,000. The county support is only up 2. There's the same thing, Andrew. Their total budget, resources up 116, 37,855 is carryover.
Where are you on?
On the
Pardon?
conservation.
32.
Oh, conservation, okay.
32, sorry.
Well, their county support's 56 that
Yep.
they're requesting.
Yeah, but it may not be requested as much as 56. If you don't know where that 38,000 carryover goes to.
Yeah.
I suppose it's not completely out of line, so I suppose it's all right. Lake Region's got $2,000, that's the only dollar amount that's listed under Stottlemyre, I guess that's West Cornell.
Do you know where that's been? The Lake Region?
Yeah, we don't have any recap on it at all.
I just know that's one we've budgeted with every year.
Uh-huh.
So, I think a multi-county
It is.
thing. I don't know, is that the one with recycling or is that
Yes.
solid waste?
Okay.
It's with recycling as well, they take the bike.
They take what out?
Oh, they take a bunch of bicycles out there. Yep. Ellsworth, for the reserve, review all the bicycles and they give them away to needy kids.
Okay.
He works with Todd Bemis to get this accomplished,
Okay.
so I assume they work hand in hand
And this is the same amount we've given.
for years.
I guess, if I remember, it was like that last year.
Yeah. Well,
34 Lake Region Solid Waste, it's a looks like it's only up $900.
Where do you see the number? I don't see,
On what?
what is
No.
their budget they're requesting from Coffee County?
I haven't seen it either.
Yeah, it's not there, but then on 34, is that the same?
No, they're somewhat connected, but they're different.
Okay.
You're talking about 33 where it's a
Yeah, I don't
2,000.
have any budget.
Lake Region RC&D, see, it's got a 501c3, so it's all tax deductible, which probably don't bother us, but
I'm gonna call on that one, solid waste,
Yeah.
because I don't see their amount.
Okay.
They're, I yeah, I don't see
They
what-
got $2,000 there in the letter, but that's requesting requesting an amount of $2,000 for the budget year 25.
And this one, they've generally requested 4,600, but doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I'm not following.
So,
We just need to know what his request is to us, I guess.
yeah, we'll call.
Lake Region is wasted for you. It looks like it's okay. Coffee County Fair Association.
Maybe up 16.
Those numbers don't fit. That 1,130,000 doesn't fit. I don't know where that came from.
That's coming from the discussion we've had about them, getting a new crops building.
Yeah, but that shouldn't be included in our budget.
Well,
At this
yes and no,
At this
yes.
time. Yeah, I know yes.
Depends on how you wanna look at it.
Yeah, I know yes and no.
So, where they're at with that is what, and I don't know if you guys remember or not, but we paid a firm to do some design on it, and it got so far, and then that's when the ag extension was gonna move into it, move down to fairgrounds, and then we bought that building up there. The fair board would still like to have a crops building, so with that being said, they went back to the original engineer, if you will, to discuss this further.
We paid.
So basically, yeah, we paid them.
We paid 47.
40-some thousand.
Yeah.
So they're kind of, I don't know how to word this, other than just say, kind of want to try and reinvent the wheel on this, when this is a discussion I was gonna have with you guys, how we just do it now then. Especially while Mr. Rui's here, but, so we have partial drawings. Can we, should we just have one fair board member kind of leading the charge, if you will? And I support them on getting a new crop, helping them get a new crops building. I think it's gonna be beneficial to the kids, to the fair board, to the community itself, as far as another building could be, because they're willing to, you know, kind of like the 4-H building down there, be rented out. The city rents it out, the city actually owns that one. Although the 4-H uses it, so this would be the fair boards and 4-H's to where, you know, they could rent it out. You know, if there was a need or whatever, to assist in paying for this.
Well, that old one leaks pretty good. Got quite a bit of water in the west half of it. The last 4 or 5 years I've been in it, there hasn't been enough crops in there to even justify it. Unless we can justify it for renting out, which you'd never pay for.
Well, I think part of the problem with not being stuff in there was the condition of the building.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
that east half wasn't.
It's not really usable the way
It wasn't
it's
20% full, right?
Right. Either help them assist and just build a new one, and that's the reason for this money being in their budget.
I'd like to see the city participate in that some. At what level they would or wouldn't, I don't have any idea.
I think we've been down this road before. We had an agreement with the city to let us build there. I don't remember exactly, maybe Wade and remember it better than I can, but, we had an agreement with the city to get the building built and, basically build the building. About all it was, if I remember right now, but.
I believe that's right, I think they were in support of supporting the new building, and, I think there was gonna have to be some sort of arrangement made to, since it is on city property, so some sort of agreement between the city and the county, the city and the fair board, one of the two or both, to make that happen, and they weren't opposed to it at that point in time. But as far as providing any financial support, I don't recall that. I think it was gonna be something that the county was gonna carry the weight on that.
Correct.
Yeah, I think most of the support was from the county.
The number there is just, it's just a number. I mean, so I guess where we're at with it is, I mean, the engineer is wanting that much or more to finish the design of this project, given the changes, and basically change the design somewhat to keep it pretty modest, if you will, nothing extravagant. Some restrooms, that.
Kitchen area, I think.
Yeah, there's a kitchen area,
Some showers.
and some showers, or like the 4-Hers when they have the fair where they can go there and shower.
I was gonna say, it involves the whole county as far as 4-H's and such as that,
It's available for
for the whole county. We've had that discussion, we had that discussion about whether to finish that, study, or not study.
Plans.
The plans up or not, and I can't remember what we,
Well, we never got anywhere with it because so many things came down the pipe at the same time, with the chip steel and this and that and the other, that we got kind of reserved on spending money, if you will, because we were buying land, we were doing this, or doing that. So basically, this is kind of resurfacing. So giving county policy, I should say, for lack of better terminology right now, I would say we probably have to continue on with finishing the design. I know that's not the way some of the fair board members would like to view it. I think in their mind, they have enough documents and drawings that they could go to several different people and say, okay, give us a bid on this size 50 by 100 building with these showers and these walls and this seating. But
they're not complete designs, which.
Correct.
Not complete to get a bid, that's for sure.
And as each of you know from the jail side of it, you want to make sure you have that, because the unforeseen is what you don't want to.
Right.
You don't want to deal with, and that the original plan was to house the extension office within that building.
Correct.
And don't those designs where they are now reflect that, or were they changed midstream? Okay.
Well, they kind of do, yes. They reflect that, and then once the ag moved up there was conversation of that engineer eliminating this, eliminating that. So then they wanted more money to do that. When, again, some members of the fair board are thinking, well, it shouldn't be that hard, that nobody works for free. So I think they're getting a little frustrated, so I don't know whether to, just take the document, or all the documents they have now, and go back to the original engineer and say, okay, upon our request, this is what, and finish it, and spend the extra $40,000, if you will.
well, I think if the county's going to build a building, we need a good set of plans to, I mean, that's just.
I see it going along the same lines, if you will, of Amelia's remodel down here, of going to a website where every contractor that pays attention to that website, believe me, a lot of people that pay attention to that website, have the opportunity to bid such a project.
Because if the original had housing for, the housing for the
Ag,
ag, then that needs to be changed.
correct.
Yeah.
So,
Basically now it's just an open area. I believe it's even a little bit smaller, all they got is some showers, a kitchenette and bathrooms.
I guess my thinking is if we're going to do it, it needs to be done right, so that when it is put out for bid, everything's like it should be.
So does the contractor, the original contract with the engineer or the architect include the bidding process similar to what you mentioned with BG?
The original did, and that was, I don't remember the exact total of that dollar amount, but I know once we bought the ag building up there that we basically terminated that contract, so to speak, and he just produced the drawings and whatever he had at the time. Like I say, if my memory serves me correct, it does not have, it hasn't been engineered for the HVAC, what size of units and plumbing, and, a few other details to adapt to this, so.
Do you know would that additional 40,000 include the bidding process? The participation of the engineer, so.
I would assume.
I think it did, Tom, but I'm not.
Well, again, it's one of those things they approached me a few weeks back, and just for whatever reason with everything else going on, I kind of forget to have this conversation, so.
I do know there's value in that, because then if they're a part of, the engineer or architect is a part of that, when the bids come in, they're able to evaluate, see if they meet the specs of what those bids require.
Right.
Although.
If they're what we really want, right?
Right, so having attorneys and engineers and those types of people involved is an added expense, but it's an expense that also creates added value for the taxpayer so that something isn't done wrong.
Correct. So, I guess do we as a commission just, not to take it out of their hands, that'd be using the wrong terminology, but you take the documents they have, us enter into the agreement and it's worth paying for it, or just agree to pay for their finishing and design.
If the consensus of the board is to move forward in that way, then to recommend to the fair board to do that, and hopefully that's what they do. Because they were working with this entity from the beginning, right?
Well, it actually started with Darrell, and then when Darrell moved up there, it got passed over to a fair board member. So that's when they're thinking we don't need to pay for a bunch of extra design when most of it's already done here. Why can't we just use what we have and
Add to it.
actually talk to whoever we want and go out and get some bids, and then you don't really get apples to apples. One may see a 4-ton AC unit, the other one might see a 3-ton AC unit, so.
If we put it out for bid, so we're gonna have to have additional design work done, I'm sure. But.
With the ag going in there and all like that, I think the original estimate was less than $1 million. So with taking all that out there, offices and all that out of there, I believe the building got downsized a little bit.
I have no trouble in exploring finishing it up. I think parking would be a major issue with two buildings there and two different meetings that same night.
Possible.
Yeah, I think parking, at the fair board, they park a block to the west and walk to the fair board, livestock buildings. Then I think parking would be a little bit of an issue.
It's been a while since I've seen the original design.
Yeah, I don't.
See whether there was some, I believe there's a little bit of parking included in that, but whole bunch. Like, again, I think the main focus is to have the, the crops exhibits and, be usable for when they are having the fairs where 4-H'ers are, can use it at will. Again, they express that, if they're having a, whatever down at the park, whether it's, like the 4th of July celebration, they would have it open for that if it was needed. At the members' disposal to use at any given time. It's not, they're not gonna say, hey, that's our building, you can't use it, type thing. It's for everyone to use, so.
And with the county involvement, that's the way it should be. I mean, that's the way it's done.
Right.
And I think we need to get the engineering thing done first.
Yeah.
Just to have that.
It needs,
Yeah.
I agree.
because the bidders wouldn't even know exactly what to bid on.
What to bid on, yeah. Yeah, the bids are coming in all over.
They wouldn't have any, they'd have an idea, but that's all.
So I guess we just need, I don't know, need to make a motion to proceed, let them proceed forward, final drawings on this, but you're gonna be spending somewhere between $700 and $1 million to turnkey, start to finish.
Where would that come out?
Community improvement, as far as, but that was just my thought.
No,
For step one, would you want to see the finalized plans and the
True.
anticipated cost, and then you make a decision on
yeah.
moving forward?
Proceed that we're gonna,
At least get the designs finalized, get an idea of what
That's the first thing.
the
Yeah.
anticipated
before we go
I agree, but I'm just letting you know now, in the end, that's what you're gonna be spending by the time you
Right.
send out for bids, engineering services, inspections, yada, yada, yada.
There's probably not any grants out there specifically for something like that. I mean,
Well, there's a lot of stuff out there, just hooked up to the right thing.
Yeah.
but I think the first thing to do is get the engineering thing. done.
Design
Yeah,
finished.
design finished.
So if it's okay, I reach out to the fair board and say, okay, I've spoke to the commission, we're good with finishing the design, because we have procedures we have to follow via bidding and bonding and insurance requirements. It's gonna be taxpayer money.
Don't have the green light.
That agreeable?
Don't have the green light to go ahead and bid it, build it, but at least right now.
Finish the design.
Finish
Yep.
the design.
Do we need a
I think-
motion on that, or just a consensus?
I'm trying to remember back in time, I thought he was given the green light to
Probably
move
had the
forward.
green, probably had the green light back then.
I think COVID intervened too, and that
There
sort
was a
of,
lot of things that came into play.
yeah.
I'm good with Tom, with you telling him to go ahead and, get the.
The engineer finish the design
Yep.
As a fair board would like to see it.
Yep.
I don't remember, was the city gonna deed that 50 by 100 location over to the county? I don't think so.
I don't remember what the agreement was, but they were more than, they were willing to work with us in whatever aspect they needed,
As
so.
long as it wasn't their money.
I don't remember the exact, we just had a draft agreement, I don't think nothing ever got finalized, but.
And it'll probably have to go back before the city council, because they have a new, some members are new,
Right,
so just to maybe refresh their memory.
right. If I can reach out before to let them know it's coming, but I guess for now, I don't know if we need to make a motion to approve the final design of Crouch Building. Again, like I say, just know that that's how much it's gonna cost in the end, so.
I guess my thought of it's going to help the entire county, which it will. 4-H is going to be highly involved, as well as, I'm good with it.
Yes.
Good job.
Yeah, I have no
Just,
problem moving ahead with it. It'll probably be a little more expensive than what it was 3 or 4 years ago, but that's part of it.
Probably.
Probably be down because of this, the other department not being in there too.
Right.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'm gonna assume that. Yeah. And again, my numbers are, yeah, something.
Sure.
Things I've seen come down.
How other things are landing.
Yeah. I'll reach out, but that'd be why that's in there, if you wanna.
So, does that need to be in their budget? I mean, I'm not sure how that.
Not really, does it? Not if it's gonna come out of community improvement, I'm assuming we could do that. I mean, you know, you're talking 3 or 4 months, 5 months yet before you even get started.
Yeah.
We still got $1 million to it, but
Yeah, but we don't need that.
there's only 50,000 county support.
Well, and then once the,
Well, they got 1.172 reimbursements, I don't know.
That's got to include that building.
I would assume.
Yeah.
They've gotten the carryover, so.
Well, I just don't know. I mean, are we funding it if we put it in the budget? I mean, if it's gonna be county money, do we need to see the plans and look at the bids? I don't know what's the right way.
But. I
don't know about that.
How about, who put that together, do you know?
I'm not sure who brought it in even.
Is that Vicky?
We can track it down.
But, Vicky's
Vicky's chairman. So it probably was Vicky then.
Vicky's chairman, so.
yeah, should be Vicky.
Do you wanna have her come in next week or something?
You know, there wasn't any dollar amount to that extent in the 24 budget, and then in 25, the big dollar hit. So they've evidently got some ideas for spending the money.
Yeah, the capital outlay, they got 1.1
Yeah.
million.
Well, they've got, you know, new construction, replace Crops building at $950,000. And then fix the drainage and replace the show barn and marina road.
Oh, there it is, okay, I missed that. They need money to fix the Sherborne roof.
I just didn't know whether they would be paying for the cross building, or whether that'd be us, whether it needed to go into their budget. That's all I'm trying to understand. I'm not saying it shouldn't, I'm just.
Probably ought to ask Vicky to come in.
Okay.
That's what I would say, that way all your questions are answered.
Yeah, I do.
And then that way, you can let her proceed with finishing the design and come to an agreement, but even with replacing that barn area roof, not that that needs to be designed, but it still needs to be, is there, and maybe Wade Bowie would have a better answer to this, it would be, it's over 25,000, so is that a project that needs to be bonded as opposed to just getting somebody to replace the roof?
Bleachers is 30, isn't it? Oh, that's a 26, I'm sorry.
Yeah. That would be a supply, which would, that would be different. Because those are just, they're portable, they're not, unless they're gonna do a permanent fixture type thing. In other words, I guess that'd be a discussion to have with Vicki next week.
As an appointed board too.
No,
I don't think so.
A little bit. I think a conversation with one of them, Vicki and somebody from the fair board would be advantageous or no?
I think that discussion needs to take place.
Just so everybody's on the same page.
Because until we get the design, we don't know what we.
Correct. I mean, final design, I mean,
The final
you got a rough drawing.
We've got a rough drawing, but until the final design, we can't put a number on that.
That and the estimated cost, we need to go from.
Yeah, I think we probably need to talk to,
And then they have the, and it's just a thought here, the replacing the arena roof and the Crouch building all in the same year. As they're already hanging metal on the Crouch building, you can combine it into a project. It might save you some money. I would say it would save you some money.
it would,
And you're gonna get hold of Vicki then?
Yes.
You know, replacing the show barn, arena roof, that's where the that's a sale barn also, isn't it?
Yeah, but they sell their,
that's the last time.
critters, yeah.
A whole, I think it's a whole area there.
Probably isn't, I wouldn't think it'd be that much, but I don't know.
There's a lot of area.
There's a lot of area.
Yeah.
It is noon and we do have a continuation at 1 with the chamber. So, you guys wanna break for lunch and come back at 1?
Sure. That'd be fine.
I could use it.
Where we're at on this budget, I think we've got the time to do it. We can finish it up next week if we need to.
Yeah, I mean, everything looks pretty well in line.
Looks in line,
Yeah.
Alright. We'll recess until 1 p.m. July the 8th, 2020.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I may have cut you off mid-speech, Tom.
I'm just, well, the chamber was all sitting down there in their chairs.
Yeah, there's 3 or 4 on there.
Yeah.
My daughter stopped up at Penistal over there, picked up some prime fillets. That's it.
Really?
Oh, something good.
Huh.
Where's
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good. Good afternoon.
That's no,
I guess I could sit right.
Well, oh, sorry.
Is it just us?
We don't know. We can spend as much time talking about this as you need or want.
Is Holly here today?
She's not. She went home with the flu.
oh my.
I tried to get her to share with you. No.
Thanks a lot.
At some point, we'll come to one of these meetings with everyone here, but we haven't
That's okay.
managed it yet.
Oh, you're
Well, as
fine.
long as everybody's on the same wavelength page.
Yeah, that doesn't really matter, does it?
I think so. Oh, you already have.
Yeah,
Don't go into labor though. Okay. You want me to stand at the podium where, I don't know what
Wherever you're comfortable, young
the
lady.
normal thing is.
Full protocol.
Stand up
Um,
there's a camera going.
Okay, sounds good. I obviously wasn't at the last, meeting work session that you guys had, but this is kind of the revised budget that Holly put together after we had our last meeting, and talked about some more specific costs. We did look into some more specific WED costs, that's added on there. I think we put in 10,000, and that would be for the first year, as there would be, a startup cost of building that website, and then, a yearly fee, so that would probably be something that would be less in the future. I guess our question to you is what do we need to do to move forward? I don't know if everything has been resolved yet as far as what you guys talked about at your last meeting with Wade. I did check on the Secretary of State website, and unfortunately the old organization is still delinquent, so it looks like it has not been cleared yet, but I believe the documents have been submitted. I'm just guessing over the holiday it hasn't been cleared yet. What am I missing as far as any updates?
To update the steps that were taken in order to finalize the dissolution of the previous organization. It came to we found out that there was a bank account that we didn't have. Okay, so you're aware.
Well, I just know that there was one involved that no one knew about.
No one knew about.
Right.
We were so the accountant needed copies of that bank statement. We didn't have anybody who was listed on the account, so we were able to get those statements to a previous board member, who in turn got it to our accountant, and I believe that was the last step that was within our power in order to get that out of its delinquent status and able to be finalized as far as the dissolution.
Is there any funding left in your accounts?
So I'm not privy to any of the financial status. I do know the previous board had agreed that the funds that were left outside of the money market account that we weren't aware, again, that account could have $3 in it. We have
It kind of sounds like that account might have already been emptied
Okay.
anyway, from what Holly was saying when we talked, so.
But those
We're not-
funds were going to be distributed amongst groups within each community that had been designated. The
I think
Lovely
it's-
Roy the Gridley Community Association,
Booster Club.
Waverly Booster Club. I don't remember.
There were a few others, but there was a community
Was it the fair,
organization.
not the Fair Board.
No,
that
it
was
a fair-
county.
I think it was Burlington Promotions.
Burlington Promotions was it, and then Lebo.
I think Lebo has a, there was
I know you're
something
kinda coming in the
Lebo
dark. What's that, the Booster Club? That may have been it.
Okay,
Um,
so there was something from every city, you think?
Yeah, there was something from each community.
And it was not a large sum, I think it
No.
was like less than, it might have been like 1,500 or 2,500 each, maybe max. It was not a large.
And that was in that money market. Is that the money market?
No,
That was what we had total.
That was in the
Okay.
operating account that had already
I
been
see.
resolved. It was the money market that kind of came out of left field to us, so. Which I'll bite. I was actually the previous board's treasurer, and I didn't even know that that account existed.
So it happened sometime prior to?
Prior to, yeah. Well, the previous treasurer was listed on that account, and she had not been in that post since COVID. So, I mean, we were dating back over 3 years on that account. And I guess the other question, assuming that we move forward with this budget, one question that we did not have answered from previous meetings was, I know this is the operating budget for the calendar year of 2025. Would that mean that we would be put on a holding pattern to hire a director until January 1 of 2025? I know that I believe that there's still some transient guest tax money available, maybe 14,000?
Yeah, it was like,
I'd have to confirm that with Mr. Skipper, because I know he knows the exact amount, but we didn't know where that leaves us between the approved budget and the hiring process.
Have you got a home? I mean, have you got a place for a home?
Yeah,
right now we're working out of Bobby's office, and he's given us some space. And then I do know that Holly looked into the previous building. It sounds like they bartered a deal. They weren't really paying rent, and she believes that that could be done again if that's the direction that you want us to go. I know she mentioned that you had talked about doing something similar to what the housing authority does. They have their own office, and we would be fine with going in that direction if that's what you'd like us to do.
I actually had a community member ask me today, and this is news to everybody, I apologize, if we would have any interest in moving back into the caboose. I know that's where the chamber was before. I don't know.
That's where they were before.
Yeah, I don't know the status of that building. I know that it's not handicap accessible, and that was a big problem. But like I said, that was brought up in my other job, just from a member of the community, if we would ever consider that. Which I can't even say that I know what that office looks like inside the caboose. So, but if that was a direction that we could go, I think we'd absolutely at least discuss it.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think that was the only issue is why it got moved downtown, just because if somebody did come to visit, there was no.
Yeah, no ramp. Yeah, it wasn't ADA.
No facilities inside.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
I was the chairman at the time.
Perfect.
It looks like you got 19,000 in there.
19, okay.
You want more?
That five.
I
so
said
you try
that's
to catch
the reason we moved from the caboose. I was the
Because
chairman
of
at the
that.
time. It was because of handicap accessibility.
And then you moved in with the, some other entity was in the building that you were in.
The city.
Well, City Hall, but it's the school board. The district office is in that shared building. I believe they use the office space for school board meetings as well.
And that space is still available or not?
Sounds like it.
It is vacant.
Okay. I mean, they're willing to
That's
put you right
what,
back in.
that's kind of what Holly had gotten from them.
How big is that caboose on the inside, and is it dressed up pretty good?
Like I said, that was brought up as an option, as a discussion piece from a community member no more than 2 or 3 hours ago. Hadn't even talked about it with these guys. I have no idea what the inside of the caboose looks like currently.
If it was moved out of for a reason, I wouldn't see any reason to go back and try to battle that.
Yeah, I wouldn't either, because it's gonna be fairly costly.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't see how you could do that without of some kind.
It's a nice thought, but I'm not sure the convenience is there.
Yeah.
Like I said, it was brought up this morning. I thought I'd at least say that there would be other options potentially.
Yeah.
It may not be feasible where.
The previous site.
Yeah, it has everything that we need.
If it's available, I would think.
Come on.
There's nothing on here in business income or individual income. Has the current board looked at keeping something intact on it?
From a dues basis, we've discussed it, and selfishly, we've kind of said that we'd like to get a director in place and have some discussion between board and director in order to have, you know, how to operate, how to function as the chamber itself.
I would just think that it would be beneficial for all the businesses to be.
Have some skin in the game?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, otherwise, what's the end game? So
yeah.
Either you're in or you're out, so if you're in,
And
then
we,
it's good for the whole, it's good for everybody.
right, and we've discussed levels of membership, and so we know that the dues were low, but we didn't want any kind of a barrier for involvement, barrier for entry for a new startup business or home-based businesses that.
But you could have different levels.
Right, yeah, all that's been discussed, but nothing, I don't think we have a plan in place that I would feel comfortable
I guess
presenting.
that's one thing that I don't care for, is that there's no dues involved. Everybody's can be on board, but what's there to work for? And I understand that, I mean, the input costs, I mean, as far as operating costs could be derived from some dues, and I'm not saying that they have to be horrible, but.
'Cause I think we've even had that discussion, having some skin in the game for certain businesses, and
Yeah, even in the discussion of maybe having a base level that doesn't have dues, we had talked about having an upper tier. I think the biggest thing, what Matt's talking about with talking with the director, is establishing what exactly we provide as a chamber, and then going from there in, you know, what is of value, what's of more value to be in a higher tier for a business.
So say the county does do something here, then the chamber is a nonprofit, correct?
Correct.
So does that change that status then? I'm really dumb on that, but does that change the status of a nonprofit if it's
I feel
county?
like that would be a Bobby question, but I don't know for sure. 'Cause,
And maybe I'm way off base.
I don't think it would change the designation of a non-for-profit, because I think that is indicative of how the funds are used.
Okay.
I think as long as you're not using operating revenue in order to generate more revenue.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
Well, no, and I
I'm
don't
pulling
have-
from 15 years ago being in school studying not-for-profit organizations, so the wheels might need grease before they'll
And
completely
that's all
turn.
right. I was just curious, because I don't have any.
I don't believe dues would. I think if we were charging fees for services, then it would be different, but membership dues, I don't believe would designate you away from being a
Well, with county
not-for-profit.
money in it, as far as the county money, that wouldn't have any effect on that.
Is the housing authority a nonprofit? Or, I would think it would operate in the same.
The same way. Okay.
Well, you know, we looked at Chase County's website
Mhm.
that one day, they had membership dues.
Yeah.
So,
What number is the 501?
I honestly, I don't know. What number is our 501? I'm saying we haven't organized a 501 for the new
'cause we would be a
organization.
new organization.
Yeah, so we would be reorganizing as a
So
district.
once it's dissolved,
Right.
then you would start to reorganize at that time, is that
Correct.
correct?
And one of the reasons that we've discussed for waiting for the dissolution is if we wanted to maintain the name of being the Coffee County Chamber of Commerce, we have to have that name relinquished through dissolution for us to be able to claim it.
There's probably a specific 501 that you gotta get for what the business is like, because there's 8 or 9 different 501s.
Right.
Yeah, they are.
That's like our veterans or our veterans program, we're 501c10.
Yeah.
And, so I don't know what number you would need to be.
Yeah, and I'd have to research that.
Probably take 8-10 months to get the number too. That's how long it took us to get it, so I assume they're probably all about the same, but I'm sure that could be worked out.
Yeah, I'm sure
There's no car on here for transportation, I don't think, unless I overlook it. If there is, it's a very small amount.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a car on there. you know, chances are, a person gonna have to provide some transportation for that person. We've got cars here, vehicles here, but, you know, whether they be readily available or not, probably not.
Okay.
We've talked about,
I know that it had been discussed, but I didn't know where it had landed.
I think the thought at the time was maybe we had one out here that really wasn't being utilized, that we could just pass on to you.
right,
Yeah,
Okay.
that
Was the
my
original thought.
yeah.
I think it would be adequate.
Okay.
So starting out, the person may have to use their own for a short period until we get that remedy, but I think the discussion today is, you know, actually seeing what kind of budget was necessary.
Mhm.
This
To
budget.
see if there was a building available, and whether or not, which to proceed, like say you were getting, I don't remember the dollar amount now, from the county. As it was, I don't want to say 20,
I want to say
30,000.
28 is the number that was.
Yeah, 30,000, so I mean, I would, I would like to see how, continue how it was, if you will, where you guys, you have a board. I'm assuming you're not gonna, if it went another direction, you wouldn't dissolve the board, would you?
So if this budget wasn't approved, would we continue to function for the betterment of the county? I don't know that we would.
Well, there was some talk about bringing you in under another department, or whatever. That would dissolve the board, so then it would take any sort of input away from you as a board. So that's why I wanted to leave it
Right.
where it was at.
So you had,
You,
Yeah.
you as a board had your input, you had a person that you could.
So I was,
work with.
when I heard going in another direction, I translated that differently
you
than.
locked up a little bit.
Yeah, I was like, whoa now.
You don't have any money.
I'd
to-
explain myself a little bit.
Oh, you're fine.
More like follow like we discussed before, like similar.
Going in a
housing
different direction,
authority.
yeah.
I mean, it's similar but different also, obviously, but,
Like I say, that's why I think I'd like to see you guys remain your own thing, so.
I thought also you don't have any money to survive the next 6 months.
Nope.
With a key person in place and working towards Coffee County.
Right.
Or
So the yearly budget's 154, if you divide that by 2, because you're 6 months into the year.
Well, and.
Says here's 75,000.
Well,
See
and
what you come up with.
we would be, I think we had discussed, you know, if everything was approved to move forward with the search for a director, we'd probably wouldn't have anybody in place before September 1st. Because, you know, job post, interview,
right.
give them, if they're currently gainfully employed, give them time to.
September 1st, on a month and a half, 11.
So if we
Think of where we were a month and a half ago. I think a month and a half, we can get something done.
So how would that work? Would the board be a subordinate board of the commissioners like other groups are, or how would that?
Well, we just had that. The housing authority is appointed by commission and,
So I mean, we would do
this morning, we just had that discussion, it's not appointed by the commission.
That's what I'm trying to.
Is it appointed by the commission at the recommendation of the director?
No, the housing authority is not, so that's where some discussion, I guess, would have to come in.
So, you folks are the board right now, correct?
Yes,
Currently, we're
And you represent each
Yeah,
community.
we're missing 2 members
Right,
currently.
right.
Which has never been before.
They've
For each
had,
community
they're
has
supposed
one.
to have had the 2
It's never been
members
like
from
that
each
before.
community, but I
And
don't
this
think
is the
that
first time? Okay.
Yeah, that was real, there are some of us that were members of the previous board, and as we were approached to potentially start this process, it was important to us that we had representation from
And
each community. So we made it, I mean, I think some people were individually sought out because they weren't members of the previous board. But it was, I mean, me, Holly, and Sarah were all members of the previous board, and then we tried to find somebody from every other community who we believed their intention would be for the betterment of the county and their communities, so.
Actually, about 15 years ago, there was representation from every community.
Is that right, Mark?
Yeah.
And then,
At one time there
Yeah.
was, but it was hard to keep.
Yeah, enough so that they changed the bylaws to where it was okay to have board members
And
where we
when
had.
we were asked to be on the board, the idea was that hopefully you'd have 2 from each community, but I don't think we maintained that at all.
You know, Tom, these budget numbers they presented look to me like they could be a good fit, except for a vehicle possibility. But I don't think we want to put you on, my opinion, I don't think we want to put you on hold, because you're just delaying the process for 6 months, when someone might be able to handle a good 6 months for us. As far as,
Thank you.
as far as I know, we could have the funding to do this, I mean.
We knew that we were presenting for 2025. We were hoping that thought process would come out and we could start the process of a search for a director.
And we could talk to Angie and see if that would fit, but I don't know why it would be an issue. The quicker you get somebody in place, and it'd have to be a good person to bring it forward this quickly. Of course, you never know how good an employee's gonna work out, but I'm sure a guy could get some good recommendations
I know
on a client out there.
when we, prior to the decision to dissolve the previous board, we had conducted interviews for a director for that. We didn't have, the funding that we had couldn't offer a salary that attracted the talent that we thought the director position required. I think if we had something like this in place, we would get a good candidate, probably several good candidates.
Mr. Bowie, you got any thoughts?
Trying to remember, I talked to Holly Thursday.
Thursday was the 4th. Are you talking the previous Thursday?
No, it was last week.
Okay.
I think it was
I think it was Friday.
Friday. I think it was Friday.
Yeah, I was in a car, so that's all I know. She kind of ran through where things were, some of the things you covered already. I'd indicated to her I'd reached out to the law firm and actually spoke with the attorney to figure out what was happening with the dissolution process. And apparently that paperwork had been completed, and in the December-January timeframe it had been circulated, and I think he's just waiting for it to return. So maybe signatures or something to that effect.
So I know that, I know that money market account ended up being a holdup because as they were reconciling accounts, there wasn't a reconciliation, so they needed that in order to finalize the reconciliation of accounts in order to present that year-end type.
Which then tied into the Secretary of State and that whole conversation, which you addressed as well. Your bylaws and policies and procedures that I somehow had a copy of, but apparently you didn't.
No, we did not.
But hopefully you do now?
Yes, we do.
So I'd asked Holly about, I think, from just a very basic review of those, you might need to kind of work in the background and fine tune those to what meets whatever it is you're wanting to do.
So the way it was budgeted before was transit and then a little bit out of,
Like a general fund or something like that, I don't remember exactly where, but.
so that's been in play for several years.
It's gone that way. And
that
they
was-
operated off the dues from the businesses too.
But your TGP now is,
Next to nothing. I
well,
mean,
I think it's promised for something else tied to the
hotel.
amphitheater project.
That's right.
You need to go back and review that resolution, but I think that's what's been promised from the county side of it.
That's right.
Is that true?
Yeah, you guys passed a resolution
Yeah, we did.
where that those funds would go to the hotel developer or,
The amphitheater side of it.
Yes. Correct.
I should have remembered, I just can't.
that's about 3 or 4 weeks ago or something.
Get past the day and I'm not kidding.
That is correct.
It was a long weekend.
And I kind of do, I think I agree with Mr. Thompson. He and I, sorry, while you were having your conversation, we were having another one about the board itself being appointed by the commission because all these other boards are,
Yeah.
which,
And a lot of times you're gonna scramble to get somebody who's willing to volunteer. That's not be the intent, but that's kinda how the other boards are set up. I mean, and I guess you'd have to establish, like whether you're a 3-year term or
Right.
whatever it is, you know, and then hopefully you don't all come up at the same time.
Right.
It could be
You gotta spread them out.
Yeah, so, you know, I mean, all those things, that's just my thought, would need to be worked out, but
I think that's a good idea. I think what's most important to us, I think, is just that we have representation of every community in the county.
and not to take away from the board you've got now, looks like you
No,
have a very
I mean,
involved,
Yeah.
very involved board, so
No
I mean, I'm
reflection on
assuming those
that.
people would wanna basically re-up, so to speak.
yeah, no one,
We just,
I just gave him a look.
Yeah.
You guys are just
looking
maybe
down the
not.
road. Actually, I would suggest just leave those people in place.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
board now and then set a term limit, if you will, a date.
if you can kind of scatter that out,
Matt's
yeah.
got a goal to get out of here.
So that would be the way to do, to remedy that, is whatever board members you have in place, just leave them in place and then come up with an end date for it to be renewed, whether that's.
Do you know how often, like the staggered of the board for the housing authority?
Yeah, what other?
The planning board is 3, hospital's 3, the only one that's 4 is library
Most of them are 3.
and the housing.
But do they stagger them
Yes.
per year?
If you got 7, you'll have 3 that probably start out as 1 year,
Is that?
and then 2 and 2, two of us 2 years and 2 of them 3 years. That'll get you in your rotation.
Like on the airport board, we
But you
got,
want an odd number, you don't want an even number.
we had 1 go off this year, other 2 don't go off till spring next year, and then 2 spring of the following year, so I mean,
Yeah, I just
you
didn't know.
can make it whatever you want.
Yeah, I didn't know if you staggered them quarterly in a year, or if it's
So
the
with
same
us
time,
having
just different years.
6, what would you recommend then? If that's,
I'm sorry, Sarah?
with us having 6 board members, what would you recommend?
It's much better to have an odd number. And then it makes a difference whether your chairman can vote or not.
So,
And
I guess
there's
we
some
would
other
have to
stuff,
talk
you just
about-
have to talk to Wade or some legal counsel to,
But
But
you
you
got,
mean about staggering those, is what you're asking about.
if we were to make one of those 6 a chairman that doesn't have a vote, then instead have 5, would that solve that problem?
most chairmans like to have a vote.
Okay.
Or have a seventh
we-
position
Yeah.
at large.
Yeah.
Yeah, just an open 7th position.
Okay,
At
okay.
large, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I've got no problem with suggesting you move forward, but I just wanna make sure we're not overstepping our
Don't come in the
boundaries.
way when you speak.
No.
You speak.
I wanna make sure we're not overstepping our boundaries and make sure.
Yeah.
I understand your, struggles, if you will, to get somebody to, it would be hard to get excited about a 2 or 3 hour day job. You just get started and then, or whatever. So,
Well,
yeah, a full-time position does make sense, and especially if we're getting the amphitheater and then the gym stand, I mean, there's gonna be plenty for that individual to do, I would think.
Well, so we felt, that again, 3-4 hour a day position, we couldn't they wouldn't be able to have the effect on the county that we would hope that the
Well,
position could have.
Because they're gonna have a real job
Well,
somewhere.
and also you can spend 2 hours a day just operating,
Yeah.
I mean, on the back end doing, paying
Well,
bills,
yeah,
making sure
you're
dues are collected and.
You're just not gonna, in my opinion, get the quality of person that you need, you know. I mean, you're gonna have to have some goals for that person to do, though, if they're gonna be full-times, like, here's what we expect to see happening, you
It just
know.
depends on if you wanna take Coffee County to the next level of promotion, you know. Jen
Right.
and I went to a weekend convention that Marcy Penner puts on out in, Marion area, I'm trying to think, Heston, can't think what town. Think, which was it? Wasn't Inman, but she's from Inman. Anyway, you met some of those chambers like Lynchburg and, I can't think of the other towns, Fort Scott. I mean, they were rocking and rolling, and they were all about promotion of the county. And that's where we need to be. Coffee County's got a lot going for it.
I know
You
that.
need a full-time committed person who's excited
Right.
and wants to promote it.
I know the Chase County
Yeah.
website
Yeah.
is.
That's really impressive.
That's
Yeah.
pretty impressive.
Yeah.
We,
And we're big enough to do that.
Oh, no, we are. We
Yeah.
probably are a little bigger than Chase
Yeah,
County.
we probably have more going on than Chase County.
If you get the right person in that position, man, it's gonna make a big difference.
You said
Take the
something
pressure
wrong.
off you guys.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
You said something a while ago about, I think you guys are in with the visitor center. Is that in that building that, is there a visitor center?
I don't know that we felt like we were operating as a visitor center.
But no, you were in the same building as the visitor center in Burlington?
well, they had a couple of brochures
Okay.
inside of the chamber office on a
Oh.
pegboard.
Yeah, maybe that,
I don't know if
yeah.
you would have counted it as visitors. It may have had a sign that said a visitor center, but I would
Okay.
not have indicated that we were a visitor
Right, well, and
center.
her being part-time, I mean,
Yeah.
and expecting her to be out in the community a certain number of hours, there
The-
definitely wasn't an open.
And then you said the space was bartered. Do you know what the deal was?
I don't.
I know it was, somebody wasn't paying dues, and then the chamber wasn't paying rent on the building.
Yeah,
They
it
were
was
paying
kind of a-
utilities.
Yeah, the
It
chamber
was
was paying the
paying
utilities of the building, which I believe is factored in there. We found that the average was $550 a month.
I was
That
just
was,
curious.
yeah.
But it sounded like that deal was still on the table if the chamber would like to go back and have a
Do you feel comfortable with that
going back in the building.
building arrangement?
So,
I mean, I suppose
Yeah.
if something were to happen in the future, we would just need to move our line items around to be able to afford a rent
Right.
if necessary.
I think it's the path of least resistance,
Right.
and I think, yeah,
To go back into
to
that.
go right back into that building.
And it's on downtown.
Yeah.
Do we own the housing authority's vehicle?
No, I think it's rented. Or no, the housing authority budgets their own vehicle.
Based on that, I guess I would
I want my
Consider-
bigger building.
proceed with
Okay.
this as long
They
as.
rent the building, and they budget for their own vehicle.
Okay.
Everything we're talking about so far away, this employee and probably a substitute employee, they'd be county employees,
No,
or we're not?
No.
Okay.
You would provide the funding and then they hire their own.
So then in turn, we would need to figure out benefits and.
Right, which was one of the questions, I know you have payroll, at a certain amount, but and that includes, I understand, benefits, but you want to probably.
Projected, yeah. So if they're not a county employee, then we need to make sure we're not counting on the county benefits package, and we need to figure that out as a board.
So your bylaws, there's a whole Article 4, Section 1, Section 2, and Section 3, Section 4. It's all of Article 4. It deals with the board of directors, composition of the board, eligibility, nomination, and election of directors, seating of new directors, vacancies, policy management. It goes on and on. different if you're having this board appoint, and I don't know if there's a resolution somewhere in the county archives creating the chamber. I assume there isn't unless we have it. So the housing authority has a resolution that created the housing authority and then set up sort of the structure. Initially, if I remember right, maybe named certain people who were a part of that, and then they ran with it, and then they were responsible for creating bylaws and the structure in which the housing authority operated, is my recollection. And it may be of value to go through a similar exercise here, so it's created by the county. I'm thinking out loud right now.
So would you want us to work with you then to either revise or come up with new bylaws that fit in with being a county board, I guess?
Well, I think you have a good structure here, just probably certain areas need to be fine-tuned, would be my guess. But I don't, if that's what they're wanting is for this board to appoint the board members here, it's...
I think in the end we do, but again, like I stated earlier, I think if we leave the existing board members in place where they are and give them an expiration date, if you will, or not to say you couldn't re-up, and, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just make it easy, an easier transition instead of starting all over and all that stuff. But, and I assume we would have to do that just to be, maybe not legal is the correct word, but I mean, keep everything in line with everything else that goes on. Like, per se, the housing authority and or library or fire board.
But in this case, a representative needs to be from each city, I think. So,
I'm fine
I
with
mean,
that.
don't you think, Tom?
Yeah.
I'm technically not, so I guess I'd be your at-large.
You'd have to find Leroy
You'd have to find a Leroy.
Well, some of these,
No, she owns a business in Leroy. She's from Leroy.
Good enough for me.
That's good enough for me. I didn't mean.
No, you're good.
So I guess what I'm saying is some of these, most of these are at large, but it's suggested to do by district, like the library board, try by district. Fire district is by district by resolution, so they did do a resolution that each fire board member is from the area where there is a fire station. And that would be, Bill Adams.
That the appointment of board members indicates that the goal is to...
So, board of directors shall be composed of up to 10 elected or appointed member designees with no less than one member designee representing an incorporated area. The incorporated area shall be represented on the board per the following: Burlington up to 5 seats, Gridley at least 1 seat, Lebo at least 1 seat, Leroy at least 1 seat, New Strong at least 1 seat, Waverly at least 1 seat. Directors shall be elected annually as provided for in Article 4, Section 2. Term of an elected director shall be 1 3-year term for the remaining unexpired portion of a petition elected director. 1 3-year term shall be defined as January 1st of the first year through December 31st of the third year of the elected term. The term of an appointed director shall be the remaining unexpired portion of 1 3-year term. Schedule of seat term expiration shall be a part of this organization's policies and procedure manual. And then it has a whole section on eligibility, nomination, and election.
So I guess if you don't have a person, if there's no volunteer from each town, then you can't do anything about that. I mean, it says that, there's required to be one from each, but if you don't have a person, you don't have a person, correct?
Yeah, and I think in some of the others that this board has, you can get an at-large if you don't have someone available.
Which might be a good thing to write with.
Yeah.
And if you had 6 or if you had 10, an even amount on each, 10 or 6 or whatever, the board president maybe couldn't vote, but he would break the tie. I mean, that would be one way to handle that. Because if it's just six on, I mean, if there's six on the board, I guess the president would make it seven, but you could be the tiebreaker, whoever that may be. Which doesn't mean anything, but that's, it can be done that way.
If you had six on the board, the president couldn't vote, it would always be a tie, it wouldn't be a tie.
Yeah, you're right.
And then if he could vote, that's when you create the tie.
Yeah.
That's the reason, I've always worked with odd numbers, always worked with odd.
I don't think it would be a problem for us to get an at-large seat. But
Or even if a president were elected and that person's seat was filled.
Yeah. The president was outside of the incorporated areas, seat.
Flipping a coin's probably not very scientific.
I'm more of a rock, paper, scissors guy myself.
That would break
flip the
it,
coin,
yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, I'm not coordinated enough for that.
Do you have any questions, Matt, or the rest of you? Or have you got enough direction to start out?
So, I know there was discussion on being on a holding pattern until January 1st, or if we could proceed in the search for a director and start trying to be adequately formed as a board. But I think for the matters of this meeting, the only thing that we would need is to know whether we can move forward, or if this has been approved, or where we might be, or I guess where you guys stand.
What equipment do you have? I mean, do you have computers or?
So part of the budget had office equipment. You don't have any. We're a clean slate. We don't have a desk, a chair. We have hopes and dreams.
The dissolution was like, clear out the
Yeah.
building.
There's a lot of pallets out there to these businesses that give it to you.
Yeah. And I think I'm gonna speak for the other members who were part of the board before. When we dissolved the board, it was not, we weren't foreseeing reforming
Right.
6-7 months later. It was brought that maybe we should entertain it or continue to have a collection of people working for the betterment of the
But we didn't know what that would look like at all.
We started meeting not formal meetings, discussions,
Yeah.
throwing ideas around, recruiting members, and we got to this point. So when we voted to dissolve it, we were truly, it was the end of the chamber. So all of the equipment, everything we had was liquidated, clear out the building.
So you folks are thinking that with rejuvenation of the Chamber of Commerce, that's going to bring some really good stuff for Coffee County. So do you know how many businesses might be involved? I mean, is there a number of?
We had, 120 something members when we dissolved.
127 was the last number.
And I feel like that was kind of low. I feel like we had some people who were not renewing, a lot of new businesses that were not members.
So I believe the last number that I heard was there was 165 registered businesses within Coffee
There's
County.
a lot of names in the paper when they
Yeah.
published it.
Yeah, at $200 a year, that's $24,000 a year. I mean, I think that's what the.
125, 150 was, I thought, what the dues were.
I definitely think we would want to look at
Some kind of a due structure.
structure.
Yeah.
As long as that were pursued, I would be in favor of I just think that the businesses need to be involved. And I'm not talking about breaking them or anything else.
Yeah.
I just think they need to be involved.
So ours was, a lot of the businesses who are active are they may just be your small at-home businesses. So we were definitely wanting to make sure that we had a due structure in place that would allow us to include them.
Sure, I think you should.
If businesses, and I don't know how we break that up by number of employees or how,
I think we
if
really.
dues levels, where you're listed on a website. There's,
But with a director, she or he, they should be able to determine, they should be able to guide you guys or help guide that through the system. I would
We're
think.
hoping that once we find a director, there can be a lot of communication with surrounding chamber boards and directors to see what we could do.
Well, if you have a full-time director and show that you're gonna do a lot more things, I think your business is
Oh, yeah.
more eager
Well, a website
to
could make a huge
participate.
A website.
Oh, you're right.
And then also, we've talked about the possibility of, you know, if the chamber were to start having events again, that can have sponsors, or they can bring in any number of revenue, I mean, that can go towards their budget as well, so.
You know, young people use websites. When they're searching to move somewhere,
And they've
that's
got
where
this
they
to
go.
do.
Right.
Not like
Oh,
Correct.
young people, they want the
Older
technology, yeah.
I was gonna say old folks, but
I find myself using it more and more.
We do, yeah. Yeah.
well, yeah, she said young people.
Glad it didn't get you nowhere.
It's worth a shot. The salesman in me, right?
My personal opinion, I kinda like to keep those dues at the same dollar amount for everybody, because I don't know how you can break them out.
Well, in the policies and procedures manual, on the back page, there's a investment schedules, I mean, detailing different ones. I mean, I don't know if you've ever, I mean, that's what Wade gave you guys last week.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't have to follow that necessarily, but that would be a guide to do something.
And there's also other chamber boards who have tiered memberships, not based on what type of business you are, but based on what type of, what benefits you receive.
Sure.
I mean, that you could have higher tiers that include a bigger section on the website. I mean, you could have a lot of things that are included at a higher membership tier,
Right.
which I think we're definitely open to
Yeah.
discussing.
Bigger section on the website will allow you to expand if you needed to.
Right, right,
As far as-
yeah.
So, wait, we just need to make a motion to let them proceed and then hash out the details of where I can see the funds coming out of the general fund for now. But then yet they gotta start a checking account and they gotta start this, they gotta start that. I mean, that's just where my mindset is, I'm thinking out loud now, so.
You know anybody at a bank?
You can start checking that
Or
now.
just spend your own money, bring us in a receipt.
I'm just, what range in the salary, what
We
range
had
is,
discussed, 50 to 60,000.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
We had discussed 50 to 60,000,
Okay.
we weren't sure.
You get a key person, it'll be in the 50 plus, huh?
Yeah.
And it would kind of depend on, you know, the candidate that we find too.
On what experience they have and everything
Right,
based on
and
that.
I mean, if, you know, negotiation with them, if we find somebody really good that we wanna make sure we
Right.
get. And there is wiggle room for sure in the line items of the budget.
Okay.
That account for if we need to make small changes.
Again, like I say, when I see $150,000 budget, we don't years half over, put 75,000 in accounts.
We could definitely work with that, we would be very grateful for that.
That's where my mindset is, maybe I'm wrong.
Well, they have to get started.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what we're gonna do, we're gonna have to get the ball rolling.
They can always come back to us.
Well, and
What are your thoughts, Blake? You ain't said too much.
About the budget.
Yeah.
I think it's great, yeah, when you get started.
and I hate to put them on, but I know we have the support of economic development, that if there was something that we had to request additional funding for, he's offered to support us.
Okay, through economic development.
Yeah, if there
And I
was
think
some
he's-
project or something above and beyond our normal.
And I think that department's been supportive in the past, hasn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
So, and that was to speak to, I think, you had said that maybe it was a passing comment, if we needed more, we could always come back. I'm not saying that
I
we
shouldn't
want
say,
it.
I shouldn't say always, but under the right circumstances.
Yeah, right.
We'll try not to.
Not a, not a blank check.
I'm gonna reverse that.
Okay, sorry, it was Don. That was me.
Hell of that YouTube tape, ain't it, Don?
I didn't say that. Gotta protect myself one way or the other.
But the vehicle, we've got one that's,
I think I have no idea. Well, as far as I know, it's not being used, but we're gonna trade it off.
that we were gonna trade off.
We were planning on selling at one of the auctions and we never got around to it because we were too busy with other stuff. And that could be, as far as I know, it's not being used.
Maybe that's something that once we establish a due structure and some other things, maybe that's something that we can budget for if we need to in the future if there's not one available.
Do we need to take any other action right now, Wade?
So I think you have the previous structure, which may be part of the future structure, which may be revised at some point, that sort of is at least a template, and in that template you have the board of directors handled externally from this board, which is one way to go. If the county commission wants to appoint members to that board, then that's gonna probably mean a completely different approach, which will require some additional time to put that together and then have a resolution. The resolutions that have created some of these other existing boards, if my memory serves me correctly, there's a statutory mechanism that they're created by statute, and this board sort of fine tunes it and sets those parameters. The quicker way to do it would be to follow the existing structure, if that's what this board would want to do. They sort of handle things internally, they appoint internally, and then they report back to this board and have sort of a resolution that provides a funding source and then a requirement to provide at a minimum annual updates that cover a certain period of time, no later than December of each year, and then maybe from time to time, because it deals with county money, and that may be the way that
Quarterly or something?
if that's what you want to do, I mean, but that would be up to these fine volunteers of their time and services, that if they want to take that task on and continue to operate under the bylaws, that will probably need to be fine-tuned some.
So I don't think we would be opposed to using the previous bylaws and structure as a guide rail.
Adding to the
Yeah.
supervising.
So Wade, then the chamber would select their own board members at the time that they need it, is that correct, or actively go out and?
They've got a board now, what I'm suggesting is leave their board alone as it is now.
Oh, right.
And they could set up what they would call term limits for their board, whether it be 3 years, 4 years, and they could set the end date for that member, for that district or whatever, and then when that term is up for that person, then that person can reapply, or we can advertise like we do for other boards and fill it.
So would you just, like, do a resolution then, I guess, at a later date to become a board that's appointed by the commission?
Yeah, I mean, I need to look into that a little bit further and see what that looks like. I mean, right now, the board members are, according to what that says, self-nominated or nominated by somebody else, and then internally, they're vetted and either given thumbs up or thumbs down, and here, it would be the commissioners who would hold that responsibility, which
Well, it kind of takes the burden off of, in my opinion, of the other members of somebody having to make a choice that's on that board about another board member. I mean, right or wrong, I mean, obviously, in my case, I would want input from the other members to tell me how viable
I
this.
don't think we have a problem with it operating that way.
Yeah.
Which way?
If the board were to, you know, approve or appoint new members.
The commissioners or your board?
The commissioners,
Commissioners.
right.
Yeah, I mean.
But to my understanding, if we wanted to do it that way, it may be more labor intensive, may require more time, as opposed to just operating under the previous organizational structure.
Yeah, I think my opinion is there needs to be a little more structure in sort of the rules that would be dictated for that board, similar to, and I hate to go back to the hospital board, but it's set up, you know, when they have their meetings, when they have, how many people they have, what's considered a quorum, what their duties and responsibilities are. We can get you a copy of the Housing Authority resolution that created it in 1992, and then from there, it sort of has morphed into its own existing.
So could we continue with our structure for now, and then at a later date, discuss passing a resolution to change?
The purpose being so you could get started now.
Correct, yeah, to not waste any time.
Yeah, I don't, my intent is not to change the board the way it is set up right now. I mean, I think you guys are structured, you've got your board members in place.
Yeah, but you just have to get, like Wade's saying, to get
If we went that
some
way.
wording to.
And that could be done in the future.
And I think you'd want for whoever your director is gonna be to know sort of what their structure looks like, who they're gonna be reporting to, and who's gonna be doing what, which ultimately would be your board. And then I assume you have a president, vice president, so on and so forth, so. I'm just trying to think of the cleanest way.
I'd say it sounds like you got permission to proceed, we just got some fine details.
They wanna get moving and get
I think they want to start the application process.
Sure. Yeah.
So the timeline, I guess the way I'm thinking out loud again here is, between now and the time they hire somebody, all these other items need to be addressed.
Get them brought up to speed.
Does that make sense?
Can we do that?
Once they start, they're gonna have to have funding to do it, so.
Well, what if you commit to up to $75,000 for this year to aid and assist the existing Chamber of Commerce and the advertisement and recruitment of a full-time chamber director or something to that effect. And then at that point, when you start getting your applications and you send in, you have a good idea that the time is now, then that topic is revisited and has to be finalized one way or another. But that way you get to keep moving the needle, and in the interim, on the backside, things will, the wheels will be in motion no matter what. There's a commitment through a motion for this board to provide that money.
Today. And we need to know that that money could come from the general fund?
Where is it going to go to? Did I miss that?
Do you still have a checking account open?
No.
You can start one.
Yeah. I know a guy.
Who's,
Need an authorized signature, or I don't know, I'm like going off in the weeds now maybe, but still need somebody to
Gotta have
authorize.
somebody to write those.
I guess that's up to them. Board chairman, I guess.
I mean, maybe it's up to 75,000, if they need something for advertising, they submit it, ends up being a special issue, and then it gets cut that way until it gets figured out. That way, money is there, it's allocated, you know, that there's 75 or whatever number you come up with, that can be used for advertising, that's committed to get the process going, and we all do special issues all the time, so every Monday they review special issue checks, and then the checks go out the door.
And would that be,
We're looking for, to me, it'd be general funds.
yeah, that's.
Okay, I agree with you, Tom, I think it needs to be general funds at this time. Later on, it may be different.
The only thing I thought I would say on everything that's been going on here since I've been a commissioner, even the last few years, that our previous commissioners have been, you know, holding on to money and, you know, they've been reserved and we got a good end budget or a good balance sheet, if you will. I guess what I would say is that I believe as a whole, the commission's been very generous to most anybody that's darkened that doorway. And I know I've been involved in handing out that generosity, and my reason for that is the future of Coffee County, Kansas, Burlington, Gridley, Leroy, Waverly, and I just, Levo, yeah. So I mean, that's the reason for me having that mindset. I mean, it's just, you know, our kids are our future. If our kids they have something to do, like the 4-H building we're talking about doing, or the cross building, if you want to call it, for the 4-H group, to helping businesses get promoted through the chamber, to, I mean, the fair board, everybody that's donating their time, anybody that wants to run a business needs all the support they can get, and I think this will. So hopefully I didn't ramble too much and got my point across, but like I say, we've been pretty generous, and I wish to continue to be that way. And my reasoning for doing it again is to promote Coffee County, all its cities, eliminate any, and its citizens as well. I think it's just beneficial to everybody in the end. I mean, one person may not see that this is that beneficial to them, but I think in the end, I think you guys are on the right track. I think it'd be beneficial to the entire county. So.
We need to be able to keep more young people. Our county, and right now, over 85% of our young people leave our county when they get out of high school or out of college, and that's just not setting a good example. With the CHIS program coming in, the SSM program, hopefully break ground pretty quick, we have the opportunity to do that. But then another question there, is there enough housing in our county? But I've got total commitment. The housing will develop. It will develop.
Hopefully, that's our goal.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, I just wanted to put that out there so everybody knew where my mind was at as far as YouTube listeners and everybody sitting here. It's just the reason behind what I do is to benefit this community in the end, so. Anyway, we needed to make a motion, is that what we're after?
She's got something.
I started.
Did you?
You guys might wanna,
I started rambling on you, sorry.
in the general fund, you're gonna need to clarify which department under the general fund. I mean, we do have community improvement under the general fund also.
How much is in that community?
I'm trying to look it up for you, but
3 million.
Much?
In the community reserve.
that's the reserve.
Yeah.
I'm talking in the actual general
Oh,
fund.
oh.
If I can get it to come up here, I'll.
I'm not too sure community improvement.
Might not be there in general.
Well, okay,
It'd be the general under community improvement.
there's one department under general with community improvement, and then you've got the community improvement reserve. So that's a separate outside of general.
Correct.
But for some reason, it's not coming up.
Regardless, I'm sure that,
I know there's probably about $1 million in there anyway.
but that's where we take it from, community improvement, general. And
We could have you put that number in there later.
for some reason I feel we were missing something, but.
In the motion?
Yeah. Well, that and I guess you'd just be writing a check to Coffee County Chamber Board. Somebody's,
So I guess we would need to establish a checking account in whatever you write the check to. Because if the existing board, which some of our members were a part of, is dissolving, hopefully that wouldn't affect anything that you're doing now.
You probably have more new checks.
Yeah.
You got 2 signatures on your check.
I was saying we need to get an EIN number.
Right, which is quick enough to establish. Is that gonna affect anything as far as trying to establish anything else later on?
Well, you're not, so you're technically not dissolved yet, because that,
Do we need to put a hold on that?
I think you need to move forward with that and get that taken care of, because the wheels have already been in motion doing that. I think to save the bank account side of things, I mean, each of you are representative of that board, so the 75,000 for the calendar year 2024. To allow the Chamber of Commerce, Chamber Board to reestablish the Chamber of Commerce, advertise for the position of a full-time director to restructure the agency for the county. My opinion would be, and that for right now, that up to 75,000, let's say you go and you wanna send out your advertising notice tomorrow, and whatever that cost is, you bring it in, and then that pool of 75,000 just gets subtracted from once you go through an interview, and you have all these other unknowns right now for the restructuring of what your bylaws, whether it's gonna be appointed by the county or you're gonna keep it within, then that money can later be allocated and sent to an account. But right now, just run it through the county and do a special issue until you get it sorted out. That would be my opinion, but maybe others disagree.
that makes sense to me.
There's just not enough structure at this time. And if you're just bumping it from one place to another, at least this way you know it's there, you have it to fall back on.
Makes sense, I agree.
Yep.
Done with that motion? Motion to give up to $75,000 for the calendar year 2024 to the Chamber Board to reestablish the Chamber of Commerce, advertise for the position of a full-time director, and restructure the agency for the county. Funds come from the general fund, community improvement, contractual line item. I so move.
I'll second that.
I moved. Thompson is second. Any discussion?
Looks good, Tom.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck. Keep up all your efforts.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know that, Matt.
Yeah, I want to be there. Thank you very much.
When do we pour in, we all pour in, good, we all line up.
more often than you'd like us
Thank
to
you
be.
very much.
Oh, no problem.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your efforts.
Meeting goes good.
And your first name is
Deanne.
Deanne?
Deanne. We
Okay.
live next to
you,
the old
Sarah,
school,
for your
Ridley.
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, the high
Okay.
school.
Sarah, how you
Thanks,
doing?
Dawn, thank you so much.
Good.
I like your big, thank you.
You're welcome.
Meet you, Deanne.
Wait, good. Pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I bet it can get worked out very well.
I'm anxious to see where that heads.
Yeah, I really like that. See it make a difference.
Well, we're down the round table. Start over there with that one guy.
Do you remember hospital board was here talking about something to add to the applications? There was a request to send information related to conflicts of interest, so this is what they sent. The hospital has. Missing the second thing that you have there. So this is,
So they have their board members sign one of these already or not?
yeah, it looks like confidentiality statement, acknowledgement of the trustee. They have a Coffee County Health Systems policy on conflicts of interest for trustees. And then they have sort of a rundown on they have a code of conduct. That's 23 pages long, and it has several different patient resident care and treatment, legal compliance, business ethics, confidentiality, business relationships, protection of assets, conflict of interest on page 16. A lot of it's specific to the hospital, I'm sure.
Yeah. So are they asking that these policies, recommending that these policies be to every?
No, they said that
Because I
they
thought they
had
were
to.
just wanting to rewrite the basically,
Yes.
application.
So they sent that for my review, and I wanted to make sure you had what they
I
said.
see.
And the main thing that I think you were most interested in was the conflicts of interest side of it. And this is something they sent
that they have each one of their members go through.
This is already in place then, if you handed out, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. And what they were in for last week was to redo the application form to reflect the,
To include the short sentence on the application side, or to maybe have an additional sheet that goes with the application that sort of runs through conflicts of interest and that kind of thing. So that, generally speaking, across the board, there's whoever's on an appointed board, they sort of understand the ethical duties and responsibilities and the conflicts of interest that may arise in being a board member. Or, an appointed board member. Does that make sense?
Right.
So, for example, if somebody's on an appointed board and there's a hot button issue in the county for whatever particular reason, and there's let's say we'll go back in time with the jail, and if we have a jail board, so to speak, and the jail board was listening to the public on whether they felt a jail needed to come to Coffee County, and there was a public meeting that was announced, and then one of those board members got on and said, you need to show up in masses and vote either for or against it as a board member. I mean, is that what you want out of a jail board member? You may want someone who, everybody has their own opinions, thoughts, ideas about whatever it may be, and they may have their own biases coming in, but to truly advocate and have something be independently evaluated, to listen to the facts and not make a judgment ahead of time. Does that make sense?
Yes. Not be their own personal feelings, but be objective about the subject at hand.
You know, in a criminal trial where you want someone to get their fair shake and have a fair and impartial jury, that's what you want out of a jury. That's why you use a cross-section of the community when you go through a process of jury selection to try to evaluate whether a certain individual is a good fit for this particular trial. They may not be good for this trial, but they may be good for another based on certain things they've been exposed to, experienced in their life. And you can't ever fully take that out of somebody who's on any kind of board, but to allow a fair and neutral process to take place. I mean, that may be what you want in a board, and to encourage that. And to have sort of by being a board member for an appointed board in Coffee County, you are a representative of this board, and you're a representative of the people, and just keep that in mind when you're doing whatever you're doing. If you're making comments on the jail board notice, it's going to have a special meeting or whatnot, are you stepping outside what your neutrality should indicate? So, hey, you should show up to come up and talk about this important topic. Instead of coming out and say, yeah, we need this, we need to get everybody here to say yea or nay. Now, as a member of the community, I mean,
that's different, because they're not an appointed board member. Or maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way.
No, I don't think so.
Not at all.
And I use the jail as sort of the barometer, since we've watched the jail. It's been highly contentious at times. There was a special meeting that was put together, and there were a lot of comments about the jail. It was on the ballot, it got pulled from the ballot, it got put back on the ballot, and it went through a long and winding road to get to where it is. But you want people to be able to come out and feel like they have a fair shake one way or another when they're speaking to a board, that the board is going to listen to what they have to say one way or another, and then make a decision based on the facts and information that's presented to them. And that's kind of what some of this is when you talk about either code of ethics or what goes along with that is conflicts of interest, those type of things. And it appears for the hospital they have some of those things in place, just in a different way. You know, general statement of policy for their policy on conflicts of interest. Conflict of interest can arise when a trustee or a member of his or her family has an existing or potential interest which impairs or might appear to impair his or her independent judgment in the discharge of the trustee's responsibilities to CHS, or may receive no material benefit from knowledge of information which is confidential to CHS. And then it goes through what sometimes difficult to define what might be considered a potential conflict, and persons who are covered by this policy are encouraged to err on the side of disclosure. However, the following examples of potential conflicts of interest should be considered, and then it goes through official relationships with banks, investment brokers, insurance agents, insurance carriers in which CHS does business. Official relationships with any supplier of any goods, family relationships with employees, official relationships with any business entity that purchases or services from CHS. Any situation where a person covered by this policy or his or her family member could receive any material economic benefit directly or indirectly on account of a business transaction with CHS. So it sort of covers that same general line of thinking. So, and I know some counties have resolutions that establish a conflicts of interest policy or a code of ethics. Within the current county policy, there's a whole section on conflicts of interest, and it doesn't exactly cover what is being discussed right now, but that's the best way I can describe it, if that makes sense.
We're still drafting up a new board application, the whole thing, then? Correct?
Yes. I got these late last week from the hospital. What I'd like to do if Angie will help, since she's the keeper of the appointed board's application process, maybe have Angie work with me and we can put together something that seems to fit Coffee County.
I think the overall, what Steve presented last week or week before was basic part was, that, you know, you're a board member, you're not, how it was worded where, you know, you're not the person directing employees what to do all day, I guess.
Right. You're not the administration.
Right.
Or the micromanager.
Correct. Yeah, yeah. You got anything else?
In my office, sometime, I assume it was Friday, because that was a Good Friday, all of the copies of the policy manual were dropped off, so they're bound, ready to go, so they're ready for your next stop.
We gotta sign them all?
I think there's, the master copy was signed, I'd assume.
Yeah, no, I was
Well, you can sign them all, if they're ready to.
No, I don't.
I actually took care of that for you.
Use a stamp.
Well, your original that you signed is the one I sent to the paper. And then when you redid the other one, and we sent that one, that's the one they copied, because we didn't get that other. So I just made a copy of the first one, because it wasn't anything that was, I mean, you guys had already approved it, you just had a few other minor things.
Yeah, it
And
was the same.
then I opened up each bound and put one in, so you didn't have to go back and re-sign everything. And I couldn't take out the unsigned copy because when whatever shifted, it put some different wording on the back, so I just left it in there and put the signed one on top, so.
Right.
I figured you all would be okay with that.
Yeah. Sufficient.
So, to have them distributed to each department and then the signature page returned by what day? I think would be the next step.
All good.
Does this all go into, no,
I'm sorry?
does this all go into this?
No.
3 weeks is August 2nd. You want 4 weeks? I mean, I'm gonna assume each department head would have to come wherever to pick up how many copies they need.
Probably need to send an email to.
If they stack them here, if you wanted to, or probably need to for the space, there's 200 of them. Each department head can give Angie or whoever, come get however they need, and have them back by Daisy 8th, so 2 weeks, is 3 weeks too much, 2 weeks too little, I don't know.
Don't make it out too long, because that's how long it'll take.
Well, then July.
I wouldn't go over 2 weeks myself.
July 29th,
Yeah,
and I guess it don't have to be on a Monday, it can be July
That's
22nd.
29's 3 weeks.
but there's gonna be people out on vacation too that you gotta consider.
Sure. That work?
Last thing, at the Lebo parade, I was handed 2 keys. I have 3 keys on this key ring now. 2 of the keys were given to me by Doug Hughes for the Maribel's building. He'd rather that the county have them than for him to hold on to them. They're aware of the process that's going on, and he just wanted to make sure that we had all the keys. These are all the keys. There may be keys that need to look for at a different location, but he indicated to me he appreciated the commissioners and the process. And, that as far as he was concerned, we as the county could go in and take a look and see that things, if we need to deal with anything on the inside.
Yeah.
Number 2, that ties into, there's a utility bill with the city that's sort of been
looming in the background, and the city has reached out wanting to know what the county was gonna do to deal with that. The power has never been shut off. I don't have a good answer because I'm not that decision maker, but it may be worthwhile to have a conversation with the city about what needs to happen there. I mean, the power utilities are not in the county's name because the county does not own that building.
We won't for another month, right?
But I think out of courtesy, the utilities have remained on to not create a problem.
Right.
How much is our total bill there now, Wade, do you have an idea?
It's over $1,000 if I remember.
I figured it might be more than that.
It may be. So if there's somebody, a commissioner would like to have a conversation with the city to see if some sort of arrangement can be made there, or if you want to direct me to have a conversation with the city attorney to see what the options are, I can do that, but I at least want to bring it up so that you're aware of it. And we may want to go down and at least take a look and see what it looks like on the inside to see if there's any pressing needs.
I'm more willing to give the mayor a call, but if you think that's a good avenue,
To start.
Yeah, I'll do that. Be fine. I'll do that. See where it goes.
Outside of that, that's what I had for today.
Hurry. Keith.
I'm really good.
That's supposed to be hurry. See, Don.
Got mine covered, but.
Roger Gilbert was in here last week, and they're wanting to get those tombstones straightened up on the cemetery that's west of his place. And they're talking about $30,000.
Right.
They're talking about $175 an hour. There's absolutely no, and 2 years. And I got probably with all three of those deals, and I know we're here to work with the cemeteries and lots of other businesses or entities. And because we have worked with those cemeteries, most of the time it's just been putting 3 or 4 loads of rock through their driveways. Logue Cemetery east of Leroy, we put a white fence up, and I don't recall the cost. I think, and it really dressed it up. I think it was $5,000 or $6,000.
It was $5,000 or $6,000.
5 or 6. It's 2 men done that work in about two or 3 days. There's a lot of stones out there that definitely need straightened up. But there's a lot of stones at 5 or 10 degrees angle, maybe 15. I guess I'd like to get a little bit more information from Roger. He's going to bring it. But to me, you know, one man and a small backhoe or whatever, it's not worth $175, and I don't want Roger upset with me, but that's just where I'm at. And then $30,000, I have no idea where that come from.
It sounded like it was like
And
a not to exceed number, not a bid number.
And I think,
Way I
you know, if a lot of that is talking about the tombstone that's 5 or 10 degrees angled, I'm not sure that's our responsibility to straighten them up. Or we're gonna be involved in every cemetery there is in the county. We're gonna be involved in every cemetery. And with all due respect for their committee, I can see where they're coming from, but, I don't know where, you want me to touch base with Roger and make sure he gets more details?
I think that's the way we directed him, yeah.
Well, we told him to get it and bring it in, but, you know, $30,000 over a 2-year period, that man's gonna wanna be paid every quarter probably, and I don't think we wanna get involved in every quarter, and that's a guess, cause I don't know. And I don't know how many they're straightening up. There's no question that 80% of the tombstones are on the old part in the east side. the west side doesn't need anything. But, and I definitely wanna work with them, that's what we're here for. But at that level, and for a 2-year period, we need more, a lot more.
Well, if it's in your district and you know him, as far as I'm concerned, you can
I'll visit
walk
with
it with him and
I'll visit with him.
kinda, between the two of you, handpick what you wanna
If
remedy.
you don't mind, I can talk to him.
Yeah, that's fine. He asked me at the restaurant over the weekend if he needed to bring that in, or I said, well, I guess you could send it in, and if we needed more explanation, then he could come in. But if we need to discuss it further, then if you wanna let him know, John, that's fine. Yep, my only feeling about it is, I understand what you're talking about. We don't wanna open it up where we're willy-nilly,
We're
but,
not really opening it up.
but that's an old cemetery, and in my mind, we owe the respect, whether those people's families are dead and gone or not,
Yeah.
that cemetery stays in a respectful state. That's my opinion.
Can't disagree with that, but most cemeteries across the county's got basically the same age to them. But, I know there's one or two that's like Logue out east. It's definitely newer in one part, but the old part of it is old. I don't think there's a
understand.
cemetery around ain't 150,
Oh, yeah.
200 years old.
Yeah, well,
And 30,000 is a pretty good bite.
like Baker isn't, but it's because it was moved. I mean, there's
Yeah.
graves there that are way older than that, but
Yeah.
it's moved for the lake.
That's all I have. I'll visit with Roger
Yeah.
and,
Okay.
either come back with information next week or whenever he can get it to me.
Yeah. That'd be fine. I don't have anything else. I addressed it before.
I have a few. So when we talked earlier, you mentioned about having Vicky Alford come in, Walford. Yeah.
Vicky.
Wilkerson.
Yes,
Vicky.
Susan, no. Anyway, she's unable to come in, but she said from her understanding, whoever drew up the plans or whatever, there was discussion with some of the board members with, I think, Tom, that they weren't happy with what they had, they'd like to have some new ones built, drawn or something, I don't know, do you remember that discussion?
I've had discussions on and off with Dr. Thorpe,
Okay.
and I'm willing to continue that conversation, but yes, I mean, it was being changed from the original format, like say ag was gonna move in there, so that's why they were eliminated. That's why the engineer wanted more money, and they were hoping to avoid spending more money on engineering, but I can't see that could be avoided, that's why I brought it up today.
Yeah.
So, if,
Thanks.
I think, and if it's okay, I can reach out to Dr. Thorpe and say, let's proceed and just send the bills to us, if that would be a fair, instead of hiring a whole new engineering firm and starting all over, at least they got half the
Yeah.
needs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she was gonna put together an email, kind of outlining what all was going on and email it to me, and then maybe I'll have that for you for Monday.
I'll reach out to Doc too, and tell him we did have a discussion, and I believe the board's consensus is we're ready, we're wanting them to proceed, but yet we can't avoid not having it fully engineered.
Fully engineered.
Documents drafted for bidding purposes and such, so.
And they've already paid for that engineer, right?
Paid for
already
the
paid.
first 40 or 44.
We paid for a partial set of drawings, yes, and that's.
So we should
and
at least have those, and then maybe a new engineer could carry on with what they have.
Or the
They're the
same
same
engineer.
engineer.
Or-
Same engineer,
Yeah.
add them or alter them.
It'd be hard to put it out for a bid when they're just halfway or 2/3 away through the
Yeah.
bid or
Yeah.
the engineering.
I think her name's actually Stutzman now.
Yeah, it is.
Mary.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she-
So, that's what I found out on that.
Okay.
Then, auditors will be here July 22nd, I think I told you that last week. I've already pretty well got the spreadsheet filled out that goes back to the auditors in preparation for the budget, so unless you make any other changes, they'll at least have a first draft to go over, and then if there's any changes you want to make when they're here, you can. I had a couple applications for the planning board that came in. The deadline was in this June. So I don't know if you guys want to do anything on that yet. I did have a call from one of the applicants, wanting to know what the process would be. And I said, well, the deadline was here and passed, and I said I will check with the board to see if, you know.
And we had two others ahead of that, didn't we?
Meet those other two on paper.
I have these two right here, that is all we got.
That's all we got.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, we had one today, then.
That's from the housing authority.
Oh, okay.
And that, again, is another one. I don't know if you want to extend or,
See the harm, but I don't know that we need to take action on that immediately anyhow.
yeah, I don't either, but I have those, so
You guys wanna?
We are past time on the planning board.
we're just at the okay, we told them we would accept them until the end of June, or we can continue advertising.
I forget what that paper is.
Yeah. I mean,
On the housing, how long, on the housing, how long has that been out?
Too long.
Not too
yeah, it's
long,
not
huh?
been too long.
I don't think we need to drag them on. That ain't fair to the applicants we have.
No, we only have two.
There's only one position, though.
Right.
You gotta pick one. You hold up like this. Left or right?
Send them over. I need to reread them.
Okay. Here's all three. There's 2 planning and 1 housing.
If we're past our initial deadline, we got qualified people.
Planning.
Yeah,
We need to make a decision. I'll let you read one and I'll do the change.
go with it.
Okay, housing authority, we said to be filled by July 31st. So we still got a few weeks for that one.
Yeah. I'll hand that one back.
Okay.
Maybe we do.
We got one from Ridley and one from Lebo. Two separate ends of the county.
Yeah.
Where's our current board members from?
The one that,
I don't have that copy in front of
the
me.
one that, stepped away was Gridley?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have one here from Gridley.
Is there any others from District 5?
No. Do you wanna go in executive session to talk about it? Sir? Yep. So, and that's legal, am I correct, Mr. Ruby?
You've done it before.
Yeah, but I can't remember the terminology you used. You've got 10 minutes, 15? motion to go in executive 10 minutes. Just the board, you wanna go? You got nothing else to do, do you?
And I think you guys can handle it.
I'm sure. I like having you along though. No, I'm teasing.
Trying to remember what it was you went under the last time.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I can go see if I can find something real quick.
Yeah. We're gonna have that terminology before we go.
Well, yeah, I don't know what the category would be, but it's.
Oh, we've done it before, but I can't remember what we
Yeah.
used, what we
Well,
said.
technically, they're elected official almost.
No,
But it's probably.
subordinate board to the county commission.
Probably something else.
Well, this one said to discuss the planning and zoning board member applicants. That's
Yeah.
all you said.
Alright,
That's good enough.
which is a subordinate board of the county commission.
So the whole intent is to not, so you can have a
Open dialogue.
open dialogue about whoever you want to appoint to
Right.
the candidates or the applicants, and then make a decision, and then your decision is an open decision. One may say, well, why can't you discuss that here? Well, I don't know what that discussion would entail, and would it potentially lead to embarrassment of that, one of the applicants?
That's correct.
Similar to if you have somebody applying for a job.
I think he wants to do 10 minutes though.
And what time are we? 2?
So move to enter an executive session for 10 minutes. Include each of the commissioners to discuss planning and zoning board member applications.
Can we include Mr. Bowie?
If you want to.
Yeah,
think you
just
want
got
to.
a legal question for me.
Okay. So enter into executive session for 10 minutes with Councilor Wade Bowie and the commission to discuss planning and zoning board member applicants under the Kansas Open Meetings Act, KSA 754319. I'll make the motion.
I'll second that.
Jonathan seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We will go in at 2:51. 10 minutes.
Unless you need to back
Is it all right?
Which you could do. That would be a lot for the deadline. Yeah, you still have until
Next week?
Tuesday.
Yeah.
We'll meet at 5.
I wonder if maybe I should keep it, because I'll be there in November.
Well, then you can go back and change it, I'm sure of that.
Oh, okay.
You can change it every day if you want to.
Okay, well, I'll change it then.
You want to make this clarification first, or?
Yeah, so in going into executive session, some of the wording that was used, it was under subsection B2, which is the attorney-client, but also mentioned in the beginning, non-elected personnel is what, at the very end, as you guys walked out, what I had to clarify. It actually turned into more of a legal, requesting legal advice related to the application process. So B2 would be correct, however, it's sort of what they would call hybrid, which is not something that I get too excited about, but it was an attorney-client discussion related to request regarding legal advice. If somebody rolls back the tape, they'll hear Commissioner Thompson
indicate that he had some legal questions.
Correct.
So I just want to make that clear in case somebody has an issue later on. Be that as it may, that's the clarification that I wanted to make. My understanding is the board is not wanting to make a decision related to filling positions at this time, and I'll let the vice chairman maybe indicate what the next course of action is, if any.
And also the housing.
Yeah, and also the housing, what we're do is we're gonna wait till there's a full board in place to make those decisions. So we can extend the time frame on that, and you said July 31st was the housing. So we'll not have a full board present again until the first Monday in August, whatever that is. I mean, fifth, so if you wanna extend it past that.
Would just be back at Mr. Long's.
So my suggestion would be to take them out to the August 16th for the deadline, and if we could put that in the paper, for both boards, and that way everybody knows it's extended and on our website as well, or however you do the social media thing, whatever, and that way the August 19th meeting should have everybody present.
Yeah, or have everybody here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll give plenty of time. You okay with that?
I think that the impression that you wanted to get across is that appointments to those boards are important functions of the entire county. Each of you represent certain districts within the county, and to have the full board be able to provide input, guidance, and direction regarding those appointments is especially important, as long as not making an appointment right now, for example, does not prohibit or inhibit the ability of that board to function at this time. And they have enough members to still do business.
Do you have anything else around there?
I do. I got an email from the hospital wanting the sale documents from Sunset Manor. Is that okay to give?
It should be open records.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure.
Outside of, I don't remember if there's any financial information or any personal data that's included within those documents. If there is, then that probably needs to be redacted, but outside of that, it should be fine.
Okay. And then, I guess that's all. I don't know, were you gonna go over any more budgets today or no, or?
Action Monday, gotcha.
Not that many left, I think.
And those left, I think can go pretty quick.
They don't make any difference. We had, what, 2 or 3 that we had a
Yeah.
question
Yeah,
about?
we
And I've got them marked, so I'll find
Okay.
out that information by next
Okay.
week. And then, like I said, I've got them all input into that spreadsheet for the, auditor, and that sped the process up years ago. When it drug out for a large part of the day, we kind of tried to find a way to make it a little quicker, and then kind of smoother work session or whatever.
Yeah, it makes no difference, my session there, 30 minutes next week, Monday.
Yeah,
Well, at this point in time, you don't have a continuation on Monday's meeting, so.
Yeah.
And I don't foresee it being very long either.
I don't even,
Okay.
And did I tell you advanced voting starts next Wednesday?
wow.
Already.
For the August.
Yeah, as long as everything's been running smoothly up to this point. So, as
It'll
long
run
as it
smoothly.
continues.
What, are you gonna have 2 machines in here? Or 3?
Well,
You know, 4
probably
years
2.
ago, we had quite a numbers came in early.
2 works great.
I think you only had 2 that time, that were.
It was steady. but they moved pretty quickly.
That's it.
And we usually set them up in here for a large part of the week, except Mondays we move them out into my office and set it up just for that one day and then put them back in here for the rest of the week. And it works good for the flow, so.
Okay.
You're okay with that anyway? The only thing I'd wanna reiterate, I have a hard time explaining myself sometimes, but I'll go back to the Coffee County Chamber and seeing where this is gonna be beneficial to the entire community. And, you know, when I first got here, I was for some sort of code services to help with blighted properties, or, you know, a kind hand that could reach out to somebody with a blighted property and direct them to the housing authority, or, you know, even the housing authority is beneficial to this community. I think this chamber thing's gonna be beneficial. Like I say, you've been a pretty generous commission. I wanna keep it that way, and I'm seeing the generosity focused on the future of Coffee County. Not just hopefully nobody sees it as just somebody up there blowing money.
Right. Well, we want to move the county forward, not just watch it keep dwindling like lots of rural areas do.
True.
That's my opinion.
True. So, just thought that's why I'm here, I guess.
It's my mission.
Other than that, I don't have anything. Anything else you want to add?
Commissioner Thompson will be running the show next week.
Good. Yes, gonna get me hopefully some relief here on my back surgery. I wanted to delay it as long as I could, but I cannot go any longer, so. Not gonna allow me.
I wish you the very, very best, Tom. I'm sure that'll happen.
Thank you. So,
You're going to Kansas City or Topeka?
Wichita.
Missed it all together, didn't you?
Yeah, the other way. With that being said then, we'll adjourn at 3:11.
Which hospital are you going to out there?